Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Wednesday, October the 19th. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the live trading room, the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, October the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That helps. Thank you, green and all. So this morning, probably obviously the big news after hours yesterday was Netflix. Netflix had a big pop. I guess subscriber growth increase. They're forecasting for more and for next quarter. So big pop for Netflix. That's put a bit of a shot probably to a lot of the tech stocks this morning. Though the market is going to open weak. Now I am watching this one. This OLPX. OLPX. This is an all-time low right now. They've guided. I think they release on the 9th. But they're guiding lower. Okay, FY22 sales guidance below the analyst estimates. So anyway, this is taking a huge hit right now. This is an all-time low, OLPX. I'll be watching it both ways, see if it has any sort of a rally. I wonder if William is in the room. Maybe he can do a little back cocktail napkin analysis of what's going on, how much cash they've got, etc. And that is for OLPX. So this one was really active. It has pulled back. LMAO. This is one of those SPACs. Yeah, so I guess I forget about it. It got up to $14. They basically agreed to merge, or the company they're going to be taking public is a company called C-Star Medical. So they have agreed to do it. I just don't know when it will be trading as ICU. I don't see that information. GRNC. Is this an earnings play? No, it's not. It's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They're releasing preliminary Q3 results. GRNC. So a big gap down for it, 13%. Expensive stock. It's had a bit of a pop off the bottoms. Actually, about a $10 pop off the actual the bottoms here, 118 back up to 128. MNTV, the news I got on them, they're considering a sale. MNTV, they're owned by SurveyMonkey, or SurveyMonkey owns them, or they own SurveyMonkey, whatever. They're looking to for a potential sale. SurveyMonkey parent Momentum. So that's the parent of SurveyMonkey, jumps on report of takeover interest. Ally, this was very active yesterday. Ally actually released earnings today, this morning, before the market opened. And it is moving down. So this was a very active one yesterday also. But now this is a result of earnings, ALLY. Rum, boy, this has been a disaster, guys, really. I mean, this is a high, 17? Not that long ago when it became rum, 1731. So it's more than cut in half. It looks like they're doing a financing. United Airlines. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, United Airlines earnings play. So this is going to put a pop into most of the airliners. Nice big pop after hours. That's when they released earnings. After hours, that's that mauve area right here. So United Airlines. I think Delta released last week, right? Delta released last week. Take a look at the ETF for the airlines, JETS. So it's having a pop because of United. HCSC. HCSC, I think this is under $1. I've obviously written it down wrong. Thank you. Okay, HSCS. I think this is the one under $1. Nope, I'm wrong. Oh, this is the one that Zach was talking about. Okay. Yeah, man, that was a nice short. If we're at the high there, almost $2. This is shortable for me. I'm going to watch this one to see if it gets back up to this level. RDHL, that's the one. Yeah, RDHL was the one under $1. Yeah, big move. COVID play. And MTB, a little more expensive one, earnings play. I don't think there's a lot of volume yet. Not a lot of volume, 33,000. But it is really moving down. More importantly, it's through that 200-day moving average. That is MTB, for those of you who don't mind playing more expensive stocks. And Sober, yeah, SOBR had a pop, got all the way up to 345, pulled back down to 291. Did have some news, trading higher after the company announced it secured a large industrial customer and validation of its sales strategy. As I've said virtually every day, I mean, this is an interesting play. It's just, for me anyway, just difficult to trade intraday. Have these big pops and drops, but I think Shady is in this on a long-term play. So, I guess as long as it holds this 250 level. Did I write it down wrong? GNRC? GNRC? I have written down. Maybe actually I haven't. I didn't put it in the, I wonder if I saved it. Yeah. Okay, here they are. Forgot to put this in the alerts. Okay, I did see this ICCM. I saw this big pop up to almost 180 and then a massive pullback right back to 120. Pretty tough to get too enthusiastic about this, but a lot of volume, 500,000, 11 million in the float. So see if there's any shoes on this one. So they file a classification request with the FDA for marketing authorization of their drug. Okay, well, Hindenburg on ESTA. Okay, take a look at ESTA. Wow, well, it's working. So far, it is working. Yeah. A financially stretched silicone safety charade. It's be fun to write these headlines. What's the volume like? 26,000. So the volume is not picked up yet. I don't know how many Costa Rica stocks there are, but that is one. Headquartered in Costa Rica, probably for tax purposes or something, but good morning, YouTubers. All right, guys, 9:10. Let's take a look to see if there's any action with the analysts in terms of upgrades and downgrades this morning. Not yet. Here they are. All right, let's see how active wow, they've got a lot of downgrades. In fact, a lot of downgrades for that OLPX. So let me just let me get these upgrades in. So upgrades for Netflix. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'm going to get a lot more downgrades. Many more downgrades. All right, how many? Wow. Okay, guys, might have to pile in. Look at this. Well, you can't see it, of course, but I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see 7 downgrades for OLPX. But that list looked pretty long. Seven of in that list was OLPX. A few more to go. They want to downgrade Best Buy. I cannot put it in there, guys. Cannot do it. Who's who the heck is Evercore? I know I've heard of them, but all right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me just copy and paste them into our YouTube room. QNRX, guys, I'm hearing it. QNRX. All right, there are some of the, again, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades. What percent a year are you guys achieving? Well, first of all, I mean, nobody discloses that information. I'm better. This is a trading room, but nobody talks about how much they make or lose. QNRX, so just absolutely just popped here. 260 got up to 313, pulled back. See if there's any sort of news on this. High yesterday was 328. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 313. Yeah, that was shortable for me too. Don't see any news on this. I'm sure there's something, obviously something caused this to pop, QNRX. I just don't see any headline yet. This was yesterday's headline. Their second trial, rare skin disorder, etc. That was yesterday's headline, and that's what caused it to pop yesterday. So I don't know if this is just a carryover from yesterday. Baker Hughes. Oh, so this is an earnings plays, guys. BKR is an earnings play. Didn't really see it early. I guess it hadn't popped enough. but now it's up 6.5%. BKR is an earnings play. I say we're going to start to get a lot of earnings plays balance of this week, but the next 3 weeks we are going to have a ton of earnings plays. It'll be very exciting. So BKR looks like it's trying to get into this resistance area, 26 or so. Well, there's the con, CONN. This was the one yesterday. Kind of frustrated me a little bit. I wanted to go short, and it popped. Was able to take advantage of it here on the long side. I flipped my script. On money, it helps if you put the symbols in caps. It makes it easier for us to read them, discern them from, or differentiate them from the other text. And welcome to the room. I don't know if you're new, but welcome to the room. Yeah, tough spread right now for the ESTA, 43, 44. Yeah, so the question is, in my scans, why do I use an EPS filter of 0.001 and minus 0.001? Excuse me, it's a bit of it's a trick just to keep out to keep out ETFs, etc. Okay, it'll only show stocks because only stocks have earnings, either negative or positive. So if I don't want to see ETFs or anything else other than stocks, I put that in there. So it's just kind of a trick. Okay. Yes, it is definitely. Do I look at any of, no, I really just look at the 15 and the daily. Okay. And that's not to say that people shouldn't do something else, but that is, I find I don't really have to overcomplicate all the time frames. On the daily, sometimes I have to stretch it out to check to see where the next high is. You know, if I'm going to get into a stock that is near the day's high, excuse me, I'm always looking to see where the next high is on the daily chart. I used to have the daily and the weekly, but you know what? I'm trying to just uncomplicate things. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, now let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, from the toolbar, click on new, channel bar, go down to show more, and then click on the sectors and let's see what's happening. The market is going to open in a weak fashion, so I'm going to expect that most of the sectors are going to be negative. All right, so what you're seeing here, interesting. Usually energy is all or nothing. So these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Now, typically it's all or nothing. So a bit of a difference today. When I say all or nothing, usually it's 100% red or 100% green. So what you're seeing here, and right now it's about 50-50. What does that mean? 50% of the stocks are above yesterday's close. 50% are below yesterday's close. So when you look at the sectors here, there is no, I mean, this is about the most positive you're going to see, 50-50. Look at tech, 78% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close. Communication, 63%, etc. Okay, so now this can change dramatically. If I can remember, at about 10 o'clock to 10:15, I'll look at that. I'll look at this change from the open. In other words, okay, these stocks could still be down from yesterday's close, but are they rallying from their opening trades? Well, that is interesting. Yeah, I mean, typically this is all or nothing with energy, with XLE, 100% up or 100% down. So again, we're in for a weak open just by, you can just tell. I have no idea what the NWAII, no idea. Somebody else may know. I did see the Zyme, guys, the ZYME did pop up to 724, came right back down to 580. Very, very whippy. Let's see if they had any news. The company, after the company, Jazz, and so the company agreed with Jazz to agree on a licensing deal. So that is the news for ZYME this morning. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room, does the AI ever make trades or give you alerts in the pre-market? No. The earliest alert you'll get from the AI is at 9:35. Okay, and no after hours either. So the earliest alert from the AI would be at 9:35. William, what's the deal with OLPX in terms of cash and all that stuff? This is an all-time low. Multiple downgrades this morning. They don't actually have their official release until the 9th, but they're pre-releasing, etc. In essence, and they're basically saying, we're not going to do that well. Okay, they issued Q3 and FY22 sale guidance below analyst estimates, so they're getting hammered, just absolutely hammered on that. Just about cut in half, almost cut in half. And this is lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers in terms of shorting, over 1 million. So again, I mean, this may bounce. I mean, we had that one, Con yesterday is the one that kind of surprised me. I thought that Con would just get ripped, but it actually had a nice bounce. But based on their news yesterday, here's a little expensive one, this ISRG. So it's another earnings play, big pop actually, guys. Yeah, if you're into something that's a little more expensive, ISRG, big float, but it's a big earnings play. I mean, that's 11%, 11% move with 354 million in the float. That is a big move. All right, just watching my actives up and down, see if anything is new coming in. Oof, OLPX guys now starting to, man, I wish, will it take out 5? All those multiple downgrades. I wish it hadn't dropped quite as much. Yeah, so Laura, it is in my on my homepage. Okay. The question is, can I share this actives up and down? So if you go to my homepage and then click on my link and then click on the scan section right here, the scan section. Click here and you'll see it right there. Pre-market actives up and down, okay? Along with other scans, the two racing scans that I highlight all day long. CEAD. Another cheapie. By the way, Zach, just as you were leaving to pick up you said you're picking up your grandmother at the airport. I, there was a tremendous short. I thought it was in your topping plays. I think it started with the letter K. I think you were in it, but you probably had to cover it. It turned out to be just a nice night. KYMR, that's right. That was just a nice short. Able to take advantage of that. Thought it was in your topping plays, but I don't see it. I did a history. I don't see it in your topping plays. All right, guys. PDD, I'm hearing, and that is starting to move down. Wow. I mean, look at this. There's the 200-day moving average for PDD. This is not an earnings play. Let's take a look at China in general, KWEB. I'm sure most of the stocks, yeah. So China, KWEB is weakening. So probably most of the China stocks are doing this. Most of the stocks, I mean, it doesn't matter if most of the US stocks are doing this just because the market's going to open a little bit weak. Another one, JD. So PDD, JD, a couple of China stocks. Yeah, we're watching what you're posting. I am better. I did see this SVRE, another one though, guys. I just sort of shy away from I see these and they pop up and then they come right back down. So, I mean, yeah, they could get interesting later, but all right, where is William? This market is going to open in less than 15 seconds. So, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. The only exception I might make is if OLPX breaks down through 5. But that's up to you, of course. Speaking of which, OLPX just broke down through 5. Woo, sugar, and I think it's just going to get halted. Maybe not. The reason I thought it was going to get halted, if you have interactive brokers, there was a little light blue dot beside the bid, and that's sometimes is an indication that a stock is going to get halted, but that didn't happen. All right, let's see if it takes out 5 again. Briefly took out 5. I'm going to stick an alert underneath and see if it takes out 5 again. Just keeping an eye on this OLPX, guys, to see if it takes out 5 again. Something happening here in the race. I'm hearing ESTA. All right. I'm not sure what's going on here, guys. Something is happening. So this is going to be a little skewed then because yeah, the China, I'm seeing on the 10-day daily breakdown, LI, China EV. So I'm sure NIO and XPEV probably doing the same thing. Keep an eye on that OLPX taking out 5 again, maybe. All right, now I did mention this LMAO, so they've basically voted on their business combination and they said yes. So they are going to be merging with this company, taking it public. Don't know, and it's going to be trading under a different symbol. I'm just not sure when that happens. All right, OLPX. And we have a halt. LMAO just got halted on the way up. All right, OLPX just hanging underneath 5. Stella, no, it's not Stella, but Celis. SLS is on the move here, guys. A little bit of room, up to 3. SLS. Again, it's early. It is early. Oh, I like this way. This OLPX holding under 5. All right, guys, I'm in this short. If it gets back up to 5, I'm out, but I'm in this short now, OLPX at 493 level. Okay, let's see if it can hold underneath. Gets back to 5, I'm out. Just watching the OLPX, guys, and I typically don't take a trade in the first 15 minutes unless the stock is at an all-time low. So I'm just going to keep watching it to see if it can maintain under 5. If not, I'll bail, maybe look at it later. All right, guys, I'm just watching the OLPX to see if it can hold underneath 5. Okay, so you have to give me a moment here as I just have to keep watching this OLPX, okay? Can't really comment on anything else. Okay, I'm hearing QNRX. QNRX. So the SPY is actually having a bit of a recovery, guys. So the SPY is putting a nice little green bar there. All right, I'm better. You're talking a little bit of nonsense, okay? So, nice to see you. Nice to see your posts and all that, but a little bit of decorum in the room. Okay, guys, I'm out of the. I'm going to keep an eye on it for a further break of 5. But right now, I'm out of the OLPX. I can give you a link to my layout if you want. This is the test drive layout. So what you see on my screen, but we have a lot of layouts in our channel bar. But that's a test drive layout that I'm sharing. Okay, so what you see on my screen. You guys are talking about Ally or Ally. The Carlyle Group, CG. What has it got going for it? Got maybe some support around 25. Okay, I am continuing to watch this OLPX just to see if it can really take out 5 in a big way. Okay, the EVs are yeah, getting hit here, guys. I'm looking at run, plug. SPY's a bit of a big topping tail, bottoming tail on that first 15-minute chart. This is still halted. I believe LMAO is still halted. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. And logic, though, there are a lot of layouts here too. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new from our toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based layouts also, okay? You can take a look at theme-based layouts. Wow, look at MRVI, guys. MRVI coming maybe in, well, that's quite a ways away though. Next low looking left is 1741. Okay, how is Sober doing? SOBR. Again, very, very choppy intraday trader. Got up to 326, got all the way down to 295. INSM guys, challenging 20 now. Wow, look at this underneath here. I don't know if there's any support anytime soon. Let's take a look left. The next low looking left is, well, it's about 1950 or so, okay? So Joey, there were two rooms, okay? There is what I call the main trading room, which looks like this. You're in the YouTube room. And you know, basically the same. I mean, you guys in YouTube can see my screen, you can hear me. You might have a slight delay because of YouTube. If you want to head into the other room though, this is the link for it. A lot more activity, a lot more traders in the room, throwing, tossing around ideas, okay? So if that's what you're talking about, you know, that, yeah, because there is another room. Now, Logic, if you're brand new to trade ideas, I don't know if you've done this already, but again, if you click on my home page, you click on my homepage link, there is a getting started, okay? Let's get started. Now, you've obviously, you know, you probably don't have to look at them all. You've probably already done the download and installation. your first startup and login, probably you've already done that. You were able to load my link, so you have some of the, but this is about 30 minutes long. Again, you don't have to look at every video. There are short videos, there are 10 of them. So if I'm brand new, that's probably what I'm going to do to start anyway. Yeah, I mean, it is a software program. So there, obviously with like any software program, there's a bit of a learning curve. Well, I have to admit, I'm still fixated on this OLPX, mainly because of all the downgrades. I mean, I know it's been absolutely kicked, but I'm just trying to see if those like the multiple downgrades this morning, along with the bad news, is an all-time low. So I am kind of fixated on it right now. All right, underneath 5 again. Let's see. Okay, I'm better. I don't know if you're trying to promote your own website or something like that, but if you are doing that, then it's not, don't do it. Okay. I'm not sure. You've been very, okay, guys, OLPX now underneath 5 again. Okay, you can help. All right, well, one more kick at this OLPX, and then I'll leave it alone. All right, Kaba, what are you doing, Kaba? CABA. Ooh. Now, next high is 125. If it can somehow, get through that, then your next high is way up here at 210. So I'm going to stick a price alert right around that area, see if it takes it out. Maybe not today, but if it takes it out tomorrow, then it's got the potential of a bit of a gap fill. And that is for the CABA. See if there's any news on this one, other than lawyers telling everybody to sue them. All right, guys. Well, that was a brief little pull up for the SPY, but being knocked down. So that second candle now is turning into a big bright red. Morning, real. All right, the ICCM saw this in the pre-market, but again, look what it did. I mean, 178 gets all the way down to 119. Not tremendously inspiring. All right, well, look at this. Wow, you guys, some of you guys maybe played this bounce. So this is the Hindenburg Slam, but it bounced a huge way. So again, Kaba guys, Kaba taking, if it can somehow take out that 125, maybe today or tomorrow. I mean, it's had a tremendous run from 69 cents to 118 over the last 5 days. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, bottoming tail on the, excuse me, on the SPY. So we're in already, we've had a choppy beginning, topping tail, bottoming tail, first 15-minute candle, bottoming tail. Guys, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson. Is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. October 26th. So next week, Hog is weak. Yeah, look how whippy these things are. Remember, I just talking about that SLS, got up to 267, was right back down to 235. These are big percentage moves. All right, my fixation might be over with the OLPX. Yeah, I'd be shorting virtually every pop. Real talking about United Airlines. It's an earnings play. Well, look at this. It's not shortable for me. This AGFY. Oh, man. Hope nobody held on to this one. There was $21 2 days ago, $4 now. Of course, they did. I think these the guys announced the financing midday yesterday. I think, I think that's what they did. Another one moving down, guy. Look at BEKE, BEKE. This is not quite an all-time low, getting close to an all-time low, BEKE. All right, CJNT did see this in the pre-market. Again, very choppy. I guess if it can somehow take out 3, it's got some room. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm sorry. I know I keep talking about this OLPX, but I am still in it. I'm just waiting to see if it can really start to give it up, take out that 90, get into the 80s and 70s. The memer. Look at GME, guys. GME moving down here. All right, so ZYME collaboration with Jazz. Okay, so there is a high right there at 646. It did get up to 720 in the pre-market. Volume is still pretty good. Volume is increasing now in that 15-minute. I mean, it could get interesting. I mean, there's that high. That's the 915 high is at 644. But again, it got up to 725 in the pre-market. So I mean, the markets. I mean, it looks worse than it is. But market Dow's only down 51. SPY's down 2.6. NASDAQ's down 95. It seems worse than it is, but it. Well, VEKE just continuing down. Nothing on your toppings plays, which makes sense, Zach. Well, guys, there's the CABA. I mean, it's now at that high of, when was this? This was back in August. It's at that high. Let's see if it can base just a little bit here and then keep running. The 200-day moving average is far enough away on a percentage basis, 166. But traders are definitely looking at that. Next high looking left is 210. Best thing that could happen would be just to kind of base a bit, around that 124 mark. That is for the CABA. No sound. Okay, make sure. Okay, first of all, just to do a sound check in YouTube. Can you guys hear me in YouTube and in the other room? Somebody's saying they're having no sound. I haven't done anything, so sound okay. And YouTube, guys can hear me in YouTube? Okay, so it's on your end, Neil. Wow, for those of you who like playing more expensive ones, look at this DXCM right at that 200-day moving average. Looking left, there's a ton of room underneath. 90.27, 95. Again, for those of you who don't mind playing more expensive stocks, this is pretty interesting. Can it hold that 200-day? And that is DXCM. Okay, finally, are you going to start moving down now for me? OLPX. Been tormenting me this morning. All right, guys. Well, while I'm watching that to see if it can really start to move, like leave 5 in its dust, just want to put in the test drive link. Still time. If you do want to take advantage of this test drive, you have the balance of today and then until October 31st. We just put the links in. So when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today and then until the 31st. Okay, so you're not going to get the full advantage. To get the full advantage, you would have had to start it on Monday. But still, you'll get what is it, about 8 or 9 trading days? Costs you $11.11. We only do this 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. We don't have free trials. You'll have access to the premium service, everything except no auto trading. Okay, no auto trading. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't worry about that. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out for until the 31st, you can do so. Same sort of thing. It will cost you $11.11. So again, a good opportunity to try us out. And we have tons of support all the time. This trading room is like this all the time. This is not something special for the test drive. Trading room is like this. It's free. I open at 8 a.m. I go to 3:30 p.m. We also have our YouTube room. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, or if you're brand new to trade ideas, do yourself a favor. Page link in. So do yourself a favor and click on my home page and do this. Let's get started, okay? It'll take you about, if you're just starting out and you're just, it'll show you how you can download. Well, let's take a look. Let's get started. Your download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, layout styles, etc. There are 10 videos, short videos. That'll get you started, okay? So bio money, there's no point. Okay, what happens is the YouTube link, the YouTube room is just a little bit easier to get into. I think that's why people may do it. It's the same. It's the same format. They can hear me. They can see my screen. Okay. It's just that it's not as active. There are way more traders in what I call the main room. Okay. So there's no point in going over to what happens is when I do take a break at noon between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. So before I do take my break at noon Eastern, I'll put the YouTube link in and you can head over there. Today is, what's today? Wednesday. So it should be Jamie. And I'll confirm that. But you don't have to, don't go over there now because there's a slight delay. Well, there's no point going over there. Okay, you're in the trading room, the main one. Is that a question, artist, or just a statement? So I don't know what the question is exactly. Get everything loaded, but like when someone is talking, the flow of ideas, hard to do this yourself. I don't know what the question is exactly. I mean, if you're new to trading, I mean, you have to spend some time. Of course, you can listen to me. You can hear what I'm talking about. I'm throwing out, ideas. I'm never going to say take this trade, don't take this trade. But there are other, traders in the room, different styles of trading. Okay, so Kanga, the Let's Get Started link, if you click on my homepage link, this is somebody in our YouTube room. If you click on my homepage link, so this is what you're going to see. Go to the well, actually right here. So if you click on my homepage link, then you'll see this Getting Started with Trade Ideas, okay, Kanga? So don't understand when you say difficult to get the right load to see what is coming. I mean, mainly I'm just looking at, you don't have to have my scans, but this is what I'm in essence, I'm concentrating on, these two races. But you have to develop your own style also, okay? I mean, I have a certain style. I have certain scans I like. I'm obviously I'm sharing. If you go to my homepage, you can see the scans that I'm sharing. Yeah, so the question is, I need a scanner for swing trading. Well, swing trading in this environment is pretty difficult, but you can take a look. I'm not a swing trader, okay? But if you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then click on the Docked Channel bar, and you can take a look at, we call them swing picks, okay? Swing picks. And you will see when you do this, this is a neat, now, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you get this. And there are 5 selections every week. And you can take a look at them. They're laid out with a, potential, as I say, the level of interest, entry and a stop. Okay, you can take a look at that. Oh, I have no idea what stock you should invest for long-term in. I'm not a long-term investor, okay? I'm not a financial analyst. I cannot tell you, yeah, you should do this long-term. Others in the room, they, may have some ideas, but that's all they're going to be is ideas. But when you say what stock should you invest long-term, you might get some ideas, but that's all they are. How do you select different strategy? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. How do you select different strategy from the menu? For example, 10 SMA. What menu are you talking about? And 10 SMA, I mean, that's such a, it's kind of broad. Well, you can take a look. If you click on new and then Market Explorer, okay, this window will pop up. And if you right click on it, and it's going to pop up select strategy, okay? Now, I'm just looking to see if I thought there was something that gets down to the moving averages. You could take a look at this. Okay. I mean, you can take a look at this. This is an 821 EMA trend pullback, a 10 SMA play on the 15-minute, 10 SMA play on the daily, and 10 SMA play on the weekly. You can take a look at this. Okay. It's not customizable. You just basically load it and you'll see the alerts that come in. But I mean, in terms of stocks trading over the 10 SMA, look at Ampex, guys. Just got halted. So it got halted more than 5 minutes ago. AMPX. So I mean, we have a filter that you can find stocks that are trading above. Now, if that's a strategy, I don't know if that's a strategy, but if you just want to find stocks, let me make sure we do have that one, the 10 SMA. Yeah. So I mean, here is a change from the 10 SMA. Okay, just a second here. So, I mean, if you wanted to see stocks that were above the 10-day SMA, you could use this filter, add that filter, and you could just put some, positive number. It's up to you. If you just want to see stocks that are above the 10 SMA, you could put like 0.001. Then every stock, you'd obviously want to have other filters, price range, minimum volume, things like that. But if you're just looking for stocks above the 10 SMA, it's pretty simple to do. Yeah, if you're looking for, doggone it, it popped down and it popped right back up. Yeah, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then Market Explorer window. And then this window will pop up. And then right click on it. And then where it says select strategy, then you'll get another pop up and just go down to moving average. And here are the moving average alert windows that have been created, okay? Did you get that? So here's one that's pulling, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart that I've got as an example. But I don't use these, okay? I don't use them, but you're certainly welcome to try them. Take a look, see what sort of alerts you get from them. Well, okay, you're talking about the sober. I mean, it's risky. Obviously, it's risky. They've had a ton of news over, since this day right here regarding their device, and they've been pumping news out. They had another news release today. But that of course is up to you. Of course, if you are looking to take this, you have to have a stop. If you're gonna even if you're gonna swing trade it, like where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? When I look at this daily chart, I probably would say, well, as long as it can hold maybe that 230 mark, maybe, but that's up to you. Again, this is not a recommendation to do that. All right, guys, so it's 10:18. I'm just keeping it. I just have to keep an eye on the OLPX. Boy, I thought it was really going to get into the 70s. Oops, OLPX. What did it get down to actually? The 81. Yeah. So if you're reading Twitter or you're looking at, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but understand that people will pump stuff. Yeah, I mean MMAT. I mean that's up to you. I don't look at anything under $1. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm not saying, I haven't, I mean, this one had a big pop a few days ago to 133. But if you're just reading Twitter and people are, trying to pump it up, just be careful. Or whatever website you're going to. Nothing would make, right now, nothing would make me buy this, the MMAT, nothing. All right, guys. So let me just do a quick talk about what Trade Ideas is all about for those of you who are new. All right, so I put my homepage link in again. So I just want to run over what you'll find on my homepage and to save the link. So, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Give you an idea of what Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual is 2,000 less the 15%. And the standard is 1,000 less the 15%. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only, okay? So the discount's only good for the first month if you take out a monthly subscription. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual while you're in a monthly, we'll honor that 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is nothing really happening with it today yet anyway. I'll go over that in a bit. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, this is the first thing you should do. It covers all the basic features of Trade Ideas, okay? Getting started. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. It's free, of course. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, there was no trade that Steve could find that he was comfortable with. So he basically said to stay in cash. Education, big education section right here. So if you click on the user guide, now don't get hung up on how much information there is here. There's that getting started. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing, okay? At the very least, you can, afterwards, you can take a look at the other aspects of Trade Ideas, but get these down because these are the basic features of Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, okay? We scan the US stock market, doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. There's that getting started series again. So daily support. So I mentioned before, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, of course. When I take my break, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And so before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Today is Jamie. We have 5 traders, five days of the week. Today's Jamie's turn. And again, I will confirm that. And then Monday to Friday, Chris Varley is in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Tons of support all the time. Daily webinars. So there are no webinars this week or next week during our test drive. They will resume, they'll resume in a couple of weeks. You can sign up for them all right here. If you're new to trading, this is a great little free resource for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Okay, so I encourage you to take a look at that if you're new to trading, or maybe if you're just looking for a refresher. And last, my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So these are the 2 races that you can see. I also have some other scans. This is what I use in the pre-market actives up and down. I do have some other scans you can take a look at, okay? But this is what I concentrate on, the races. So this room is free. The reason it's free is because, first of all, if you click on my link and save my link, and at some point you do take out a subscription using my link, the powers that be know that, and that's why they can keep the room free. And yes, I do get a little commission from it. Okay, so it helps the room, helps myself. So all you have to do is just save my link. And not only that, of course, then you can take a look at the education section anytime you want. And my scans, from time to time, I will change up what you see in here. Yeah, we haven't had a relationship with StockTwits for probably, I don't know if it's 2 or 3 years now. So again, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. So again, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So as far as the Mac version is concerned, I don't know when it's going to happen in terms of we're migrating to this to AWS, which is going to make everything virtually, well, it doesn't matter whether you're on a Mac or a PC. This is a big rebuild for our company, and it's ongoing. And so at that point, then, we're not going to make a Mac version as such, but it'll be, in essence, it'll be like a Mac version. Okay. So right now though, if you want to use our program on a Mac and you want to use the application, you're going to have to use something like Parallel, some kind of an emulation program, or AWS. Okay, so now I just want to talk a little bit about, so this is what the AI looks like. Nothing really shaking with it today. Well, not bad. Zyme 631 was the entry. What was the alert? It is now 649. So that's not too bad. ZYME. This is what the AI looks like. Okay, you have an entry. When I say okay, you get an alert. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, and I never get, if I wanted, I should have been trading this one actually, because this is sort of the price range I like. I like this price range also for FMS, so I'll have to take a look at that. But in order to see the AI, just click on New, and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window. And that's the window that you see. Really uncomplicate things. You don't have to really do anything else. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. You have a stop, you have a suggested entry, but again, how you trade them will be up to you. But yeah, ZYME is definitely nice at 631. Was talking about that one earlier, and the pre-market high was way up here at 723. So to see how far this one can go. Now FMS, let's take a look at FMS. This was another crazy one in the pre-market. Got up to almost 1550, 1557 or so in the pre-market. Now look left. What do we see in terms of the next high? Next high is 1423, so disregarding that pre-market high, the pre-market high in the daily chart is 1423. So it's got a little bit of room. No, you cannot link anything on the web-based version. Yeah, the web-based version right now does not have the racing and does not have this window that we call Brokerage Plus, in which you can practice trading. So I want to talk a little bit about this window called Brokerage Plus. Now, Jamie, who's going to be in our YouTube room at noon, he's a big user of Brokerage Plus. He also has an E-Trade account. So you can ask him questions about, using Brokerage Plus. Now that will be in about an hour and a half. All right, so I just popped a link in called, let's take a look at that Cano. It's a deal on again. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, something's happening, but, rumor. High yesterday was 509. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And again, you must be using our application as opposed to the web-based version. Now, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this is not available to you. That feature is not available to you. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, there's a second video, a lot longer, goes into more detail about this window. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. So to load the Brokerage Plus window, if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this is the window that will show up. It'll say Not Connected in that box right beside the Ask. It'll say Not Connected. And all you do is click on, in the toolbar, you'll see there are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says Live and one says Sim for simulation, paper trading. So you click on it. That Not Connected will change to Account. And then once it changes to Account, click on it and then click on the Simulated Trading Default. And now you're in the simulator. Okay. Our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and you don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. Well, to set up an alert, first of all, you can set up a sound alert. Okay. So when a new entry appears in this strategy trades all window. So first of all, you should have this window loaded. And then if you right click, pinned, and if you right click and then click on Actions, this is a menu. Just click on the play sound and then set up the sound. So you could use text to speech if you want. In other words, so she, it's a female voice, it'll read out the symbol if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, you can use this custom sound. You click on that, use the custom sound, and then select. And we have 3 folders here. This is all in the guide, by the way, okay? All in the guide. Just look under sound alerts. If you click on that, say first folder, Mad Money, these are some sound alerts that we've got. If you want to see what it sounds like, you just left click on it to highlight it. And then you click on open and then you play it. And if you like that sound, then you say okay a couple of times. And then that sound is attached to this window. It's the same thing with an alert window, okay? So, but that's how, so when a new alert appears, you'll hear the sound. And you can just take a look at the window and you'll see what the new alert is, okay? All right, so to use this, again, in the simulator, you just click on an alert. So there's Kava showing up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade right there in that share box. The price you want to get in at. In this case, if you were taking this trade, the spread is only a penny, so you can go in at the market. You know what? I'm going to demonstrate some money management here, okay? Let's say you wanted to take this Kava trade. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. Should take the trade. I'm going to click the buy button and then send. It should probably take the trade at 118. There you go. So there it is in the simulator at 118. I'm going to add a stop. I'm going to add a stop. 98 cents. I'm adding a stop at 98 cents because I want to make this math easy. I'm going over some money management right now, okay? You'll see on the chart approximately minus 100. There's a red line that appears on my 15 and my daily chart that says approximately minus 100. So why did that happen? Well, first of all, before I take a trade, I have a checklist. And unless I can check everything on my checklist, I don't take the trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? You have to develop your own style. But you know, for me, a lot of things are already checked and based on the scans that I've got. In other words, I'm never going to see a stock outside of the price range I like to trade. minimum volume, and things like that. So a lot of things are already checked. And then, when I get an alert, I click on it and I'll start checking to see how much room it has. Where could it keep moving to until it hits the next high on a daily chart, and things like that. So let's say I take the trade, everything I can check every box, I take the trade. However, just because I like it doesn't mean it's going to work. So I will always have a price that I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, which is of course the stop. So I put this stop at 98 cents, okay? Not because I think that's necessarily where the stop should be. I wanted to make the, just a minute, please. I wanted to make the math easy. How I place my stops typically is if I look at a 15-minute chart, I'll check to see where I think there might be a support level. And so if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Now, if I'm new to trading though, because my idea of support and your idea of support might be different. Maybe what you could do though is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. But you can practice. The reason I say the low of the 5-minute candle is that is a defined number. There's no question about it. There's no trying to say, well, is that a support level? When eyeballing on a chart, is that a support level? We know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is. Okay. Shoot. Okay, guys, that bounced me out of that trade. I'm going to forget about that now. Basically flat on that second time. Okay, for the OLPX. Disappointing. I was hoping we'd get into the 70s. I may look at it one more time later on, but I'm going to just kind of move on. So I put the stop at 98 cents, okay? Because the next step now is, okay, if you get into a trade, if it doesn't work, how much are you actually planning to, what would be your risk on the trade? How much would you be willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Hopefully it makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. And that is why I took 500 shares. And I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose just to make the math easy. Because the difference between 118 and 98 cents is 20 cents. Taking 500 shares, if I divide, and my risk is $100, that's the worst I want to do in the trade. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay, so I know there's a lot that I'm throwing at you right now, but that's why you should practice trading using the simulator. Now, if you agree with me with all this, and you can also see then that the way I trade anyway is I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be the difference between my entry and my stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents. So I'll always be dividing that number, whatever that number is, the difference is, into my risk. And I try to keep my risk amount the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 200 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. That's how I trade. So my share size is going to be, different every trade. Now there's a simple way you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, to rapidly calculate how many shares you should take. Based on the set risk that you're willing to risk every trade, the same number, and then all you'd have to do in the Excel spreadsheet is put in your entry and your stop, and then it'll automatically calculate how many shares. So that's number one. Now, number two, the ability to obey your stop. Sometimes it is really difficult. Now, I should back up a little bit. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live, okay? I'll just flat out say it. Do not start trading until you can make money in the simulator. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it does not necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live. Emotions come into play. For instance, I get into this trade at Kaba and I've got my stop. You know, the room is talking about it. Everybody's excited about it. But wait a minute, it's not working. It's starting to drift down to more towards my stop. You know, it's very easy to get stubborn or egotistical, whatever word you want to use. But let's say stubborn and not obey your stop because you cannot believe it's not working. So instead of obeying your stop and taking your manageable $100 loss, it now starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay? And it's going to happen. Number two, almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down $200, $300, $400, sweating, and then all of a sudden it does turn around on you, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you're sort of almost congratulating yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop can really devastate your account. You can always get back into a trade. You know, in the old days when commissions were really, really expensive, yeah, you know, it was tough to get out of a trade and try to get back in because, you know, the commissions were so expensive. But commissions are either free or so cheap right now that is not an excuse. And you can always get back into the trade. For instance, you could take a trade and it's not working and you get stopped out, maybe it sets up later on the same way. Maybe whatever happened when you got into the trade, maybe the market conditions turned on you. Maybe all of a sudden there was a giant, if you went long, a giant red candle appeared on the SPY and your stock is being influenced by that. You know, so I mean, but you can always get back into the trade. So that's it, guys. Practice trading, okay? Practice, practice, practice. And somebody's asked me a few days ago, well, how long will that take? Everybody's different. You know, I mean, I have no recommendation, but you know, I would say you could easily spend 3 months in a simulator before you actually start trading. I know nobody wants to hear that. You want to start trading right away? I get it. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. You could go to Investopedia and type in short squeeze. Basically, a short squeeze in theory is this. If you've got a stock that has a high short float percent, you know, 12% is pretty high, okay? And if they're in theory, this is what most people would say, is if all of a sudden there's a lot of news about the stock and the stock starts running, the people who are short may get a little anxious and start covering their positions and thereby driving the price up because when you cover a position, of course, you're fueling more buying. That's in theory. Oh, I don't know if it's rarely or not. I couldn't tell you. People toss around, oh, this is a short squeeze. They toss that around and it may not be. I don't really care whether it's a short squeeze or not. Okay. I mean, just trade what the chart's telling you. You can take a glance and say, okay, there's a high short float percent. 15% certainly is what would be high and above. 12% is pretty high also. The one thing about this is getting close to the 200-day moving average. ZYME is getting close to that 200-day moving average. So be aware of that if you're in this trade. That could stall it. I don't label anything, okay? Is it a gamma squeeze? Don't know that one at all, but I mean, there's no short float percent really. It's a low float, and there's obviously some interest in the stock. I wouldn't worry about labeling things, what it is, okay? You just trade what you see. I will say this, I mean, you'll hear me talk about the float. There's only one way a stock can be up 33%, typically anyway, unless something extraordinary happens to like a real high float situation. But for me, anything under 20 million is what I consider a low float. Okay. And the float again is the supply of stock that's available. And so if you have low supply and high demand for whatever reason, that's when you can get these big moves. Okay. Yeah, silver is a low float stock. That's why you can get these crazy moves. It's all supply and demand, okay? Like any other commodity on earth, stocks are no different. You've got a low supply of something and high demand for whatever reason, the price goes up. The problem is when the buying dries up, especially if something has had like a big parabolic move and all of a sudden people want to take profit and the buying dries up, it can sink, it can go down further than it went up or more quickly. So that's why you have to be very careful. If you're in a low float stock, you cannot wander away from your computer. Well, I can't tell. I mean, just because something is a low float doesn't mean it's going to move, but there's obviously some kind of a catalyst. I don't know, maybe it's a Reddit group that's got a hold of this. I don't see any specific news on it right now. It doesn't have earnings, so I don't know what, but I mean, some group has got a hold of it. I mean, you'll drive yourself crazy sometimes when you see a stock that's moving and you kind of check for the news, you won't see any news. It just means that somewhere, some group has got a hold of it and they're pumping the heck out of it, okay? When I click on the profile tab, let me just see if I would bring up a new single stock window and see what happens. I think maybe what you've done is this. You've held it and then okay, you've held it a little too long, maybe on the left click. And then when that happens, yes, it's going to pop out. So because let me do this again. Click on the new single stock window. Now, if I just click on profile, if I just click on it, that won't happen. But if I sort of linger a little too long on it and then move it, that's when it'll pop out, if that makes sense. Because I'm demonstrating right here that if I click on news or profile, just click on it, it doesn't pop out for me anyway. You got to be gentle, yes. Treat the software in a gentle fashion. All right, guys. I'm now going to take a look at. Well, UAL did not really fall, did it, Real? Not really. It's an earnings play. Okay, guys, let me talk a little bit about this, the races. Everything I'm covering is in the guide, okay? So you can listen to me, but you're going to forget most of what I say probably, okay? So that's why we have the guide. Go to the education section of my homepage and then click on the guide, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff about the races. So every race starts from a top list window. I'm going to open this top list window. This is what this race is based on. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and 200,000 shares minimum have traded and it's up at least 2% from the previous close, it will appear on this in this race. The one, if the stock meets all these filter requirements and it is moving, you will see it in this race format. Okay, and I'll explain what I mean by moving. But first, this this is the function of a top list window. Excuse me, every column header that you have, and of course you can have as many column headers as you want. These are just filters. You can sort on them. So if I look at the change from the open percent and double left click rapidly, I can see right now, excuse me, that AMPX is the biggest one right now. The change from the close or from the open, 23%. Lucy is next at 18.9, etc. All the way down, okay? So yeah, maybe that's interesting to know, but how do we use this to trade? And that's where the races come in. I mean, I could stare at this Ampex and see if that 23 changes to 24 or 25 to 26, etc. But again, that would be crazy to have to do that. And what if this AMPI down here, AMPY, which is up 5.9% from the open, what if all of a sudden it starts to move? Instead of 5.9%, now it's 7%, now it's 8%, 10%, 20%, whatever, okay? That's what the races do. The races will pick out the ones that are moving the most, and you'll see the one that is moving the most right at the top. Now, of course, this is going to be, it's like jockeying for position. I run 4-minute races. So this is 2.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes into this race. Okay. And when this race is over, a winner will be declared. The one that moved the most from in the 4 minutes. When the race is over, another one will begin. Okay, so you will not miss anything that really is moving by using this race format. Number one, okay? And of course, I'm sharing these two races, but you, of course, don't have to use exactly my configuration. In other words, if you wanted a different price range or a different minimum volume or anything else, when you get used to using trade ideas, you can add your own filters or, again, a different price range. That's up to you. I'm just sharing these two because this is what I like to see. Okay. So this race is almost over, and right now WWR is up it's up 4% since the race started. Okay, now it's only up 2%. You can probably see, if I clicked on it, you would see it starting to fall a bit, but the race is over, and so it won. It won this last race. So what happens is you'll notice that there are 10 stocks here. This creates an automatic watch list for you that you can watch all day long. If you're new to trading, one of the very difficult things is trying to figure out, well, what should I follow all day long? Okay. And so what this does is it creates a watch list for you that you can follow all day long. You don't have to do anything. And in the number one position is this LMAO. It won 3 races. Now, does that mean that you take the trade? Of course not. It just means that it won. And now what I would be doing, especially something that only won 1 race a while ago. Look at the Sober as an example. Won 1 race early on, right there. Okay, not there. Sorry. This is the opening candle. So it won a race. This may be setting up again though. Okay, so using it like a watch list, you could put maybe an alert, a price alert, maybe if it takes out that high, or maybe you'd prefer if it pulled back to that level. So you could set price alerts, how you want to trade it or how you want to be alerted to a price that might be of interest to you. Now, you might say, well, I'm new. I don't know what that price is going to be. That's why you got to practice. Okay. You start looking at charts over and over and over again, and you start maybe starting to see some patterns. Okay. And so I'd be going through this list, CABA. I'll go through the CABA. Again, I have a price alert set up here. If it can take that out, that was at 125 mark, again, maybe it starts to fill in this void. That might, if that's the way you like it, or maybe you want to take it if it pulls back to a certain level. Okay. Okay, so Notepad, here's how you do it. So the question is, how do I change the time frame in a race? And by the way, 4 minutes is, I chose 4 minutes, okay? There's nothing magical about it. I know Chris Farley uses 3 minutes, others use 5 minutes. There are 10-minute races. I chose 4 minutes a while back. This is how you can customize it though, okay? I'm going to duplicate it so because I don't want to mess around with this. So I'm going to duplicate the window. And when you duplicate it, your race will start. Click on the square, okay? It says stop the live race. Click on that. And then right click and show race setup. Okay, show race setup. Here is where you can adjust. So, I mean, if you don't like, if you have a race and, I know you probably got the race from one of our channels, but if you don't like a 4-minute race, mine, you can make the adjustment right there, minutes to run. You can change it to whatever you want. I always like to base my race on the change from the open, but that's not necessary. It's not necessarily what everybody wants to do. This is a drop-down menu. If I hit that down arrow, and where you see these, why you see these is because in my top list, these are my column headers. So you can run a race on any column header that you have. So if you don't have, for instance, change from the open and you want to run a race on your top list and you want to run it on the change from the open, you have to make sure you add it as a column and then you'll see it. The delta value, I have just always sort on that. Why? Because that's going to show me the stock that is moving the most. That's what I want to see. I want to see the stocks that are moving the most percentage wise. I also like to check the auto rerun. I think that's probably what everybody would want So in other words, when a race is over, another one will begin, as opposed to having to manually start a race every time. And the other thing I do is I start, I've checked that auto start at time. I like to start my races at when the market opens. You don't have to do that. If you want to start your races as, in the pre-market, like you have this auto start on load, or whenever you load trade ideas, it'll just start the races. You can do that. I just prefer to start them when the market opens. Okay, just my preference. Mainly because I'm going from the change from the open. So okay. So this is all customizable. Now this race over here, this large cap gainers from the open, it's in essence the same race. The only difference is I added a couple of filters. I put a $500 million market cap minimum and 50 million in the float minimum. That's why you will not see stocks typically high percentage movers. But this is a more volatile race. This is not as volatile. This may be more attractive if you are new to trading, because the volatility can really, it's great when it's working for you, but it's not so great when it's not. So there's UAL, won 4 races. Now it's starting to fade a little bit. What a disaster this is, this AGFY. It's not shortable for me. All-time low now. Remember, guys, this is why, you hear me talk. Well, I mean, this is a low float. 22 million is in the float. It's not crazy low, but it's still low. And remember, this stock was $21 2 days ago. 350 now, okay? That's why you cannot wander away when you're in, these very, very highly speculative situations. Great, when this ran from $4 and almost nonstop to 20, I'm sure people go, wow, fantastic. And yes, it was. But then, the rug got completely pulled. And look at it now. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, it could be. I mean, they release after hours tomorrow. Snap, it could be. I mean, that's a pretty decent percentage. I mean, there you go. I mean, 1 billion in the float. I mean, for a stock to move, almost 7% with a billion in the float, that's pretty impressive. Novavax, guys, there's Novavax on the move here. Again, vaccine play, of course. 2152 is the next high looking left. Big pop here. Probably that, in fact, well, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that Zach had posted that. That was specific to Novavax and VAX. That's why you can see it's moving, 2.7%. Now, does that mean you just hop in and take the trade? Of course not. The problem is that, it's extended now. So at this point, you might want to wait for maybe a bit of a pullback. Maybe if it rests a bit, maybe I want to short this. I mean, that's why trading, you've got to practice, figure out your style. Boy, that ZYME, yeah, that's one I should be in from the AI. It's sort of the type of trade that I like. It's a price range. And as Real pointed out, the 200-day moving average is 691. Just give me one moment, please. I mean, Zyme had really interesting action in pre-market. I mean, it had the news about Jazz, a collaboration with Jazz. It got up to 722, but I mean, it pulled way back down here. I mean, that's a big drop percentage-wise. And now, but that is that 200-day. So my guess, or my feeling is that it could easily stall as it gets closer and closer. This is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. So we've got a slight difference, and we have it at 691, but it's okay. I mean, that's 5 cents. It's not a huge difference. Our provider has the 200-day at 691 for Zyme, ZYME. Yeah, PXMD, big pop, yes. A lot of volume just came in. Let's see if there's any specific news on this. I don't see any news on this right now. A lot of volume just came into PMXD. Now, here is a crazy low float situation. 921,000, okay? That is insanely low. So that's why you've got to be really careful if you take a trade in this. It's only traded 400,000 now. I mean, all the volume is right here. So there must be either a group has got a hold of it, or I don't know if some news is hitting about this. So the market is, yeah, I mean, it's really not doing too much, guys, in terms of the indices. And SPY's down just a little. Dow's actually up a little, and Nas is down a little. So just kind of a wait and see right now. Now look at this PTCT, guys. Had the big down day yesterday, but it had actually a big recovery. Okay, PTCT. So this has got some room. Look, I mean, obviously looking left, 55 is the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but this is trying to rally a bit here. Almost a red bar ignored right there on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is, how do I set up a watch list for stocks only crossing the VWAP? All right, so we do have a filter, sorry, an alert, but I will say this, it does require some volume confirmation, okay? But if you right click on an alert window and then click on configure and then type in VWAP. On the search, just type in VWAP. Okay, so crossed above and crossed below VWAP. But when you click on help, I think it's going to say something about volume confirmation. Yeah, there is. I'm not seeing it here, but I can tell you that sometimes what will happen is you'll wonder, well, wait a minute, I'm getting the alert and it's already above the VWAP by, a few pennies. I just want to warn you that that could happen because it does, because I think what it is looking for is a bit of volume confirmation because, stock can go up and down that VWAP, can break it, come right back down, break it, come right back down. So it requires maybe some volume confirmation, but that is an alert that you can use. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so Carlo, did that make sense? I mean, at this point, so you can use these two alerts. These are alerts, cross above the VWAP, cross below the VWAP. And then, obviously you might want to you're going to have to add some filters, maybe a price range you like to trade, a minimum volume, things like that. But that is an alert you can use. Okay. Wow, Carvana. I mean, this is almost again right back down to almost its all-time low, CVNA. Yeah, this PXMD is just running now, guys. I mean, like again, that float. I'm going to check that float checker. I want to just see what other, I mean, we're getting that information from our provider and see if it corresponds similar to what other, yeah, I mean, Morningstar has 4.4 million, but I'm looking at Yahoo with 1 million, FinViz 820,000, Ameritrade 800. So whatever it is, it's going to be very low. Okay. All right. We're going to keep an eye on this PTCT just to see if it gets back up to that 4660 level. So, guys, what I'm really seeing, in the last couple of weeks with the races, there's just not a lot of follow through. Okay. A few weeks ago, we were seeing stocks that were winning races that might rest and then continue and rest and continue. Not seeing, we're not in that market right now. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying there are no stocks doing that, but generally, I'm just not seeing, a market like that right now. That's exactly what I'm using, Hall. Flow checker. I think you may have actually given that to me a few weeks ago. That's exactly what I'm using, though. So that's where I saw there's the discrepancy. The only one that's kind of a little bit out there is Morningstar at 4.4 million, but the rest of them, around that million mark for the PXMD. Okay, yeah. So somebody else definitely posted in this room. I did not discover it on my own. Too bad this wasn't shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this is not shortable. All right, guys. Unbelievably, I will take a look at this OLPX again just to see if it can take out these lows here. If it can take out these lows here, 480, I may get back into this short for the third time. First time I lost a little, second time I got out basically flat. This is an all-time low, so there's nothing holding this up, but It's just not really. Yeah, it's just not really that dynamic though. I thought it'd be a way more dynamic. I know it's down a bunch, but all sorts of downgrades this morning that can usually, get people continuing to be interested. I mean, there's nothing holding it up. I mean, it's a lifetime low. Yeah, if you're talking, somebody else might answer that as far as cup and handle. I'm not a big pattern recognition person, but somebody else might want to answer that. I know people, of course, love cups and handles and ooh, look at Finger trying to come back. This was the yeah, I mean this one reminds me not quite as dramatic as the AGFY, but this had this tremendous run from 72 cents almost straight up to 782 before it stopped. So 10 bagger in about what 5 days, 6 days. Well, obviously this has got some room, guys. The Finger is trying to come back. It has some room. 710 is the next high looking left. Yeah, Kava. I mean, Kava is interesting. I mean, if it can really take that 125 out, this is yeah. I mean, obviously it's got the room. You've got the 167 or so, 168 is the 200-day. That's far enough away. Yeah, I'm interested in this one. And the float, 26 million. So I mean, it's low. It's not crazy low, but it is a low float. And what's the volume like? Yeah, tons of volume, 18 times normal. Is there news on this? Okay. So that's the news, guys. So the CEO bought 141,000 shares, approximately $141,000 that he put in. That is the news. So, you're looking at the CEO having faith in his company, if you will. And at underneath at 99 cents. So that's the reason for the pop for Kaba. But it's amazing, isn't it? Look how it's just stalling at that high of 125, the high of looks like that's August 30th. It's just stalling right there. That's why you always hear me saying, look left, look left, look left. Where is that next high? Okay, where could this one keep going to if it wants to pause here? PXMD. Oh, the next high, 345. Is that correct? Yeah, I mean, other than today's high, I mean, the next high looking left, I mean, it's got some room still. 345 is the next high looking left for PXMD. Wow, look at plug guys. I mean, if it takes this out, this 1780, 1773, next low is about $1 away, and that's for plug. Wow. All right, let's take a look at Kaba. There it is. So this is in the simulator. Okay, so up a little bit in the simulator. In at 118. It's just got to take that 125 out. All right, guys. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. Okay, Jamie's a bigger user of Brokerage Plus, and he has an E-Trade account that he uses to trade it. So, all right, guys. So there's your pullback for Ampex. Let's see if it continues from here. That's spready. All right, guys. So OLPX is now at the low again. It's tempting me. It is tempting me to take that short one more time. All right, PTCT is back up here. Let's see if it can crack this. What's the spread like? I think the spread was kind of bad. Yeah, 36.50, but if it can crack this, it's got the room, 46.64. It's got some room. All right, guys, Ampex, can you keep moving? Get close to that high. All right, guys, I just want to confirm it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room in about 27 minutes. All right, guys, I'm kind of watching this Ampex, AMPX, as it is trying to base a little bit and to see whether or not this can kind of base and have any sort of run to that 470 mark or 470, 870 mark. VWAP, it's over the VWAP, 810, so it's over the VWAP. Yeah, this cab up, I mean, if it takes out 125 with any sort of force, I mean, that's all traders are looking at. They're looking at this next high way up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about that chart resistance. The next resistance would be that 166, which is the 200-day moving average. Yeah, the market's just been kind of, I mean, it's not down big. No, nothing's really down big. All right, guys, let's see what sort of legs Akaba has. Okay, it's over that 125. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but okay, it is Jamie. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes or so. Then when I take my break. Yeah, the spread on Ampex is just kind of, for an $8 stock right now, 821, 829. It's kind of a little bit spready. Ah, William, you're just digging at me, I know. Guys, the Zyme is really stalling here now. I mean, that 200-day is looming above it. This Zyme, ZYME. So if you took this trade from the AI, I'd be, looking at maybe taking some profit or something because this is really stalling here. INSM guys showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and what's the next low looking left? Around 19 or so. ABML is history. Let's take a look at ABML from DAC. So what you're actually saying, I don't know what you mean by that, but these sub pennies, sub $1, I never pay attention to, but yeah, look at these moves. No, Denver, you're addicted to trading. All right, guys, AMPX now. I mean, it's not. Ah, did I get it? I only got a little. Shoot. Well, let's see if the AMPX has any sort of a move. This is the traction up here, 18, at 1865, 865. It's really going to have to move for me to make anything on this. But CABA is working. Ampex is pretty erratic though. So I think the spread can kind of widen for an $8 stock and get 6 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents. Okay, guys, give me 1 moment, please. I'll be right back. So CABA has won 4 races. So now one of the things to do is at the end of the day, you can take a look at the ones that won the races, and a stock that won multiple races is something that you could follow the next day. Okay, so this also sets up a bit of a watch list for you the next day. Click on the alerts, see how it traded, see what sort of room it has, things like that. What does SS mean? Short sell. Short selling a stock? Ugh, Ampex is ugly, very erratic. Man, I miss this INSM. That's from my 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at 1999. It's at 1948 right now. I missed it. I don't have very many other scans. I have that one. Doesn't give me very many alerts, either on the upside or the downside. Look at INSM now. Ugh. Any news on this INSM? I mean, this is just collapsing here. Okay, so they're raising money. Okay, market doesn't like it. Existing shareholders getting their positions diluted, so they're raising money. Wow. Just how many shares were available? Yeah, lots of shares too. Most brokerages have a lot of shares available. 2.5 million interactive brokers on the short side for INSM. That's the one that got away from me. No, guys, Zyme is hey, it's making another little move here, getting closer to that shorting area, as I'm going to call it. I mean, 691, in my opinion, could easily stall this one. Yeah, LLAP, somebody just mentioned that. I think it yeah, look at this. LLAP. So what sort of room does it have? I wish I had if it had a straight shot to four, it would be awesome. But we've got all these little areas that it could stall. That's the issue. Come on, Kaba. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. Jamie will be showing up pretty soon in our YouTube room. So you can head over there and listen to Jamie for an hour. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just doing some housekeeping on another website. Okay. Okay, guys, so before I do take my break, I just want to put that one link in again for the test drive. You want to still take part in the test drive. You get the balance of today and then up to October 31st, okay? We only do this, so there's only 2 more days to sign up today. Well, three including today. The last sign up is on Friday. So again, there's the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. So $11.11, it'll still cost that. You'll get to October 31st. So you're not going to get the full benefit. But if you think you can afford $11.11, excuse me, for the balance of today until the 31st, go for it. Now, we only do this again 4 times a year. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. They don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. And if you'd like to, as a standard subscriber, a current standard subscriber, if you'd like to take advantage of it also, to take a look at our premium service, you can do so. And again, once it's over, we'll put you back to standard unless you say, hey, leave me at premium. Okay? So again, great opportunity to try us out. And the last day for sign up is on Friday. Oh, my big miss. INSM. What a miss. I can't remember what I was doing at the time. I just missed that alert. Ugh. OLPX is really tempting me again. It just has that look now that it could just, drift down penny by penny for a while. Ooh, I was thinking that. I thought that I misread that. I thought that was back up, but it is not. PTCT. I thought it was 46.64 when I was looking at it, but it is dropping now. Let's see what it does at that 10 SMA, the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart and the 10 SMA. Will that hold it and bounce off it, or will it, if it takes it out, there's a lot of room underneath. $1.50 underneath. Okay, sorry guys, just following internal discussion. AGFY. Oh man, look at anybody with shorts on this one. My word, look at this thing just absolutely cratering from 21 down to 3 in less than 3 days. Yeah, this is, I mean, it's got a great look. The finger's got a great look, FNGR. I mean, the next high looking left is way up at 7. Don't understand that question. What does FNGR stop? What does that mean? All right, guys, getting close to. Yeah, it just became. I don't know if I had any news. It's just one of those things. These stocks will have a life of their own. You know, traders, for whatever reason, get involved. They see all the volume coming in, and I don't know if it act. I don't know if it had any news to start it. Really don't know. You know, presenting at the Emerging Growth Conference. You have to understand, some of these just have a life of their own. There's no rhyme or reason to it. You know, traders will just pile in and keep going until, until somebody's left holding the bag at the top, and then the rug gets pulled, and then maybe rinse repeat starts again. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Just waiting for Jamie to show up in our YouTube room. And I just heard a little pop. So that means Jamie is there, if you can hear me.
Well, hello, Barry.
Well, hello, Jamie. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
A little lack of action compared to what is normal, but oh well.
Yeah, what I'm finding on the races right now, yeah, I mean there are some that are moving, but what I'm finding is that we're not getting quite the follow through. You know, we get the
Exactly.
pop, and then they pull back, and then they just sit there for a long time. I would say that 3 weeks ago to, and including maybe a month of the races, we'd see a pop, maybe a rest, and then a further continuation, and on and on and on. Just not seeing that right now. And obviously, it's the market we're in.
Yep. And from my trader acquaintances all across the board, the comments are pretty much the same. You know,
Yeah,
you better take the money while it's there because
yeah, got
there's
to take the
not
money when it's
we're
there.
not having these 15, 20, 25% rippers like we did before this downside action.
Exactly. So, my friend, are you able to go until 1 o'clock, or do you have to leave earlier?
Top of the hour is fine, Barry.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can. I'll go ahead and take the screen here.
I have finger up there, by the way. Take a look at that FNGR now.
Yeah, I heard you discussing that.
Ooh, and the Ampex. I mean, bad spread. I'm in a little bit of this. I didn't get what I wanted, but I am in a little bit of this. But the spread was really not great.
Yeah, and I had meetings earlier. Too bad I couldn't focus because that FNGR was just, that's a nice little setup right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you look left, I mean, it's still got some room. I'd like to see it maybe rest a bit. I'm not in it, but I'd like to see it
Yeah.
rest a bit. And then maybe because, yeah, I mean, look at that run. It was basically a 10 bagger from, what was it, 70 cents or something?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but 75, yeah, 70 cents. And it got,
Hmm.
before it pulled back at all, got right up to 8. So anyway, I'll let you go.
All righty, sir. We'll see you back here in about an hour. Enjoy.
You will? Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, hello, everybody. Hello, Iris. So everybody can see and hear okay, that's good. Um, but yeah, finger on the move has definitely been on the radar for quite some time. Um, but yeah, I like how with the overall market, we've had a series of gaps to get us back to where we are, but that doesn't surprise me. And now just seeing if we can maintain this little range here. So if anybody has any questions about trade ideas in general, if there's any test drivers in here, then welcome. If you have any questions about the platform, just let me know in the questions panel. I'll do my best to answer. All right, Amar's talking about plug. What do we got going on here? Not a bad little range. Certainly getting plugged on the open, no pun intended. But now here we are, testing this little area right here. Little wick above, sellers take it back down. Tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the 15-minute here. Running right into the 20 period on that 15. But interesting on the green line here, it reclaimed the what we call the fast line, the 10 period. So that is an indicator of potential upside. Notice in the whole downturn, we were well below that 10 period average. All right, so as Barry and I were discussing, races still producing some decent winners, just not to the extent of the rippers that we were seeing there, and that's more of a function of the market at present. But a lot of little base hits, for example. Here's a good one right here. Flip back to the 5. Was able to get a few trades in this morning before the meetings took over, but not near as pretty as the finger, but that upward wedge there, also maintaining the 10 on the 5-minute as well. But this little area right here was a nice little entry. Bars are tightening up, and boom, we hit that opening range break there with some decent volume. Of course, when I say decent volume, 1.69 on the relative side, not too shabby, um, but have been seeing a lot of these with 10, 20, 30, 40, or even more ridiculous numbers. Not exactly a low floater, 61 million in the float, but a nice continuation nonetheless. Now, as Barry says, when we look left here, plowed right through this area, so we got a stopping point coinciding exactly with what we see back here. Now, if we do get a little more frisky, well, then this area up here would be an interesting level. And if it does get up into this area right here with some oomph, then we could potentially be seeing room another 20, 30 cents or so. It's acting strong. We'll see what happens. Okay, questions panel is open. So if you have a question, by all means, get it out there. In the meantime, let's take a look at the top 10s. I'm currently showing my races to just show me all of the winners. But if I click right here, I can say, show me the top 10. Show me the top 10. And I'm on a dev version, so it's also showing me, hey, this was the last winner. MVST here, SBMFM, MBST over here as well. Okay, Carlo, how do I change the time frame on the chart? All right, so currently you can see this one is on a 5-minute intraday. All I have to do is right click and just come down here to time frame and then select whichever time frame you'd like to see there. So if I pop it back to 15, there we go. But yeah, just a simple right click on the chart and go to time frame. And there's also a little confusion sometimes if people just want to insert a manual instead of clicking here, having my chart populate, maybe you just want to insert a symbol manually. And if that's the case, all you do is click on the chart, type the symbol, hit enter, and then you're going to get that chart change. So it's just clicking on the chart and typing the symbol in. Kaba, Barry pretty much pegged this one early as it started to move early in the day here. He's like, yeah, it's got room up to about $1.25. And sure enough, from the open here, on this nice little range break, we went from $1.13 right up to that first level of resistance. Took a little breather, 10 period stayed in control, and then we took another pop there. So actually 2 opportunities here. Initial opening range break right about the 113 level. Hit that level, takes a breather, goes back up, and gives us roughly another dime. So this would have been a great time to add to that scalp or position, whichever you'd like to call it. I'm in total scalp mode right now. Swing trading is a bit more difficult due to market conditions. Ah, yes, too many indicators. So if we want to remove some of our indicators on the chart, whether that be, moving averages or other studies or volume bars down here, we right click and we simply can select modify indicators. And then it's going to give you a list of all the things that you're currently displaying. All you have to do is check this little box right here, remove indicator. Notice each study or whatever it might be, you have the option to click the remove indicator button. So if you click the remove indicator button and then click OK, then you'll see that study disappear from your chart. But to your point, Carlo, typically I'm just sticking to 3 moving averages on all the time frames: 200, 10, 20, and 50, or 4. And every time you add one, you can see what the coloring is. SMA 10 is green, SMA 50 is the pinkish color, 200 is the blue, 20 is the red in this case. All right, a little bit about the way that I use the races here while we're waiting for any other questions to come through. So notice my list over here. This is my liked symbols list. I clear the list out before every open. Not sure how many I have on here right now. I haven't bothered to count them up, but a nice little list nonetheless. Or, actually a small universe, which is even better, of stocks that were winning races in the first 15 and 30 minutes. Anything that came across these races, and these are 1-minute races. So when the open hits, every time a race is won, I simply click on the symbol, come up here and give it a like, and then it adds it to this list. So then I can easily sort by, okay, which ones are doing the most volume? Of course, LMAO. Not for beginners, I would say, because this thing was really spready. Let me check on the spread on that thing, see if it's tightened up a little bit here. Yeah, not bad. We got a dime spread now, but it was a lot wider earlier on the open. But this is one of the acquisition companies, blank check companies, so those are always going to be a little bit more challenging to trade with big spreads. Of course, they're not all like that, but definitely uh, doing some massive volume compared to what is normal. Relative volume of almost 270. Volume on the 5-minute period down here, if we divide by 100, is just shy of 22 times normal. So it might not look like it on the chart here, but the volume is really kicking in that stock today. And some other notable high relative volumes as well. SOBR grinding up, but boy, putting in these wicks back and forth, back and forth. BHVN's been pretty active today. Nice little move it had as well. Breaking out here at that 1040 level and good for about a point dot two, 1.2. So not a bad move in BHVN. And this is just the thing is a lot of the times these lower volume stocks are continuing. We're not even just barely over half on relative volume, but yet BHVN continues to move. Create a watch list where stocks are breaking right above the 10-period SMA for a better entry. Yeah, I've put some things like that together. Let me see if I can pull that from the cloud. Okay, pull back to the 10 SMA. But let's just use this as and you said a list, not necessarily an alert window. So I tell you what, let's just crank up a new top list here. Okay, so here we have the change from the 10-day SMA filter, right? But for what you were talking about, let's see here. So Carlo, we're talking about 10-period SMA intraday. Is that right? Because it really jives well with the 15-minute intraday um, moving average. Now, if you're talking about daily, then I can show you something on the daily. So just let me know what time frame you're looking to do there, Carlo. Okay, Don, while I'm waiting for Carlo to respond there, um, are you talking about the daily, or is there a specific stock that I could throw up here and see if I'm seeing the same thing there, Don? Okay, Carlo, you're talking about the 5-minute. Okay. All right. Don't know why my chart blinked out there. Having some internet hiccups here. Hmm. 1 second. Notice my ping is spiking there. Huh. Okay. Obviously, I angered the chart gods. Well, for some reason, Give me a second here, ladies and gents. Perhaps it's my VPN. Okay, get back on track here. Okie dokie. All right, guys. Apologies, I'm not really sure what might be going on here. Okay, back for now. Okay, so notice the 10 period here on the 5 is also acting as a pretty good indicator of a trending stock. Notice how finger is still staying above. Very similar action to the 15 period or the 15 minute. So if we wanted to create a top list or a list showing things in close proximity to the 10 period moving average, we could use that filter. Lester, I don't necessarily use moving average crosses in conjunction with the races, but that's certainly something that you could apply. All right, Carlo, before we get into this configuration mode, I'm just going to take a look at Kaba for Don real quick here, assuming that I can put a symbol into my chart. Okay, so let's see, who was asking that question? Don. Okay, so Don, here's Kaba on the daily, and you can see my blue line is the 200 period. So sometimes they're either way above or way below, in which case you would just need to maybe compress the chart a little bit. Okay, see if I expand the chart that much, the 200 period just goes away because it's way above. But as soon as I start to hold down control and pull my mouse wheel back towards me, then I can compress, and then boom, you can clearly see that 200-day moving average there. So let me know if that makes sense for you. Just might be the fact that you didn't have the chart compressed enough. Okay, so back to the task at hand here, creating something, and I think it was pushing through, breaking right above. Okay, very good, Don. So Carlo, you want to see it just as it's crossed, but it hasn't gone too far, right? So get this new top list open. And if I'm going to do some configuring here, Carlo, I might as well do it to what you might like. Do you have any personal preferences here between minimum and maximum price that you'd like to stick to? Okay, I'll just put 3 to 30 bucks for now, and if you want to change that, just let me know. Next, we have the topic of average daily volume. So we can use the 5-day, 10-day average, 3-month average, but just for giggles for now, let's just pop 300K in there. Focus on the average right now, though, the moving average. So we're going to be using the 10 period on the 5-minute. So we're going to add that filter. And then we have to tell it, okay, it can't be, we either want it to be, let's just say right at the 10 period, but not too far above the 10 period. Okay. So we could say this, it's got to be either right at it, but not more than 1% past it. And if we want to check our homework here, if I click on the show me icon, notice all we have here is the histogram. Okay. For some reason, we haven't added this on the 10 period yet, but what I'm getting at here is if we pick a different moving average, say the 20 period, right? If I add this filter and then I hit this button right here, we have an in words tab, right? So if I mimic the settings that I placed into the 5-minute 10 period SMA, say 0, and 1. The price is no more than 1% above or right at it. Okay, so it's either going to be somewhere right at the 10 period SMA, but no more than 1%. So this is just a nice little widget that's present in most of our filters because they can get a little confusing, especially when you have to start using negative numbers in these fields. But this is a way to get what you want quickly and know that, okay, if I have these settings in here, then this is the English description, right? Now, obviously, we're not using the 20 period. I just wanted to showcase that functionality because the same logic applies to the 10. We just don't have that little widget in there yet. Okay, so you want, is that $10 max on the pricing or 10%, not more than 10%? I'm assuming you might mean maximum $10. Is that right? Because a 10% move away from that SMA would probably be a little too large. Okay, $10. All right. 3 and 10, average daily volume of 300,000, and we want it to be hovering right at the 10 period. So let's just examine the columns. Probably can get rid of some of these. We'll leave relative volume because that's always interesting to see. We'll leave volume today. Shares, we'll get rid of percent. Don't necessarily need change from close. But while I'm going through this process, just keep in mind, especially if you're new to the product, any filter that we see in the list here, and it's a pretty big list, not only can we implement filters with min-maxes that become part of the criteria when the list is going to show us the stocks, but any of these filters can also be added as columns so that we can just view values that we think might be important. Relative volume is always good to see, so we'll get rid of change from close, but we will add, just for giggles, where it is in that 10 period. So now let's take a look here. So if I sort by the 10 period, we can see, okay, without even looking at the chart, DHT is 0.9% above its 10 period. Okay, so here's the 10 period right here for, there's the green line right there. It's kind of hard to see there, but right now we're just slightly less than 1% above. Okay, so as we scroll through these, and I believe it was Carlo, yeah, we should see pretty much the same action. Boom, there's DHT as well. Or I don't know what's up with my linking right now. Okay, I tell you what, I think it's my external link that's giving me some issues here. So let me just get rid of that guy. I forgot that I had an external link. Okay, now, yeah, okay. That was probably my issue earlier. But for example, let's say we wanted to focus in on the ones that were just hovering right at that 10 period. We'd want to focus on these numbers right here, either 0.1% above or right at it. So let's just look at Alto. And we can see it's just hugging that 10 period like a glove right now, which, depending on the type of trading that you do, this could be a low risk entry, right? Clearly defined little area of consolidation there. And then we can, you talk to me there, Carlo. Do you want to see them right at it? Is this 1% too much? Should we take that down to 0.5? The list will get smaller, proximity to that 10 period moving average, or sometimes you might want to go the other way. Hey, who cares if it's anywhere between 0.5% below that 5-minute 10 period or 0.5% above? So if you'd like to, you can tell me what you'd like to get it dialed in, the way you'd like to get it dialed in, and I can make those changes for you. Okay. All right, so now let's try to make this a little prettier here or decide how we'd like to sort the list, right? Do we want to pay, obviously, proximity to the 10 period would kind of be what we want to focus on there. Of course, when we're talking about adding a little color to this list, we don't have a whole lot of breakpoints here, between 0 and zero point 0.1. Or we could sort by relative volume and go, okay, I see ACII has some volume in it, right? Not the most liquid stock though, so might not be one that you want to trade. FVIV, good relative volume, but doesn't look like it's the most liquid stock out there. BOAS, trying to reclaim the 5-minute right now. So I tell you what, I don't like seeing all these red and greens here. We could fold in a little bit more. One of the tricks I like to use in markets, especially of these conditions, is one of the things that we pay a lot of attention to on the races. Because whether the market is up or down, if we focus on things that are up from the open, that means they're relatively strong in these market conditions. They opened and they have moved up in the regular session, not to be confused with a gap, okay? Because a lot of the times these stocks that'll gap down, you know, depending on whether or not you're a gap player or not, if we can eliminate gap downs and look at things that are moving up from the open, then we can tend to focus in on the stronger stocks. So let's do a little experiment here. Let's say that there can't be any gap down. And once again, if I pull up my little widget here, the open was above the previous close. The open was the same as the previous close. That's just going to eliminate any gap downs, right? And then we can say change from open and pretty much do, oops, that's the column, pretty much do the same thing. And once again, just if I want to check my work, the price was up from the open, the price was flat from the open. So what we're doing here is we're eliminating gap downs or we're eliminating things that are going down. Now, hopefully the list isn't going to get too small here. Okay, we still have a decent list to look at. So CG&T has been strong today and is currently up here consolidating. Does it have any room in it? Well, let's expand out the daily here. And notice what it's doing on the daily. This is also the 10 period on the daily. So a nice move up from the open. Let's see, open was 278, topped out at 307. So not a bad percentage move there and currently consolidating up here. But it looks like, if we can punch through there, then my eyes are taken to the high of this day. So it looks like it's spent all of its energy today. Now, who knows what's going to happen? All right. Relative volume is approaching 8.5. 5-minute volume remains healthy, 62% above normal, right? FVIV. Okay, once again, and something to point out as we're scanning a list of this nature, and then you're going to see things like this, okay? So keep in mind when we create a window, whether it's an alert window or a top list window, it's never going to be a window of perfection. It's going to give us a list of candidates that might meet our criteria. So when you see things like this, instead of trying to implement more changes to get rid of stocks like this completely, if we did any more tinkering with the filter set, the list would probably either disappear or get way too small. So you just need to get into the habit of, meets the criteria. It just doesn't trade like I want it to trade and just move on instead of trying to over filter the window. But I bet if we keep going through here, we're going to see some additional candidates that are probably pretty interesting. Notice that all of these are hugging that 10 period, which is what we wanted in the beginning. Just want to try to dial it into stocks that are a little bit stronger than the market on any given day. Well, any given day being a slightly pink or red day. All right, so I'm going to leave this one alone, but I will rename it. And we'll just call it hugging 10 period 5-minute intraday. And if we did want to get rid of this choppy coloring, we could easily, colorize by, say, relative volume. And this is a good time to show people how to colorize a top list because it can be a little confusing sometimes. So if we come down here to properties, hit select colors. Right here, you can see this is the current color scheme, but I want to get rid of it. So I can just say delete. Okay. Now, if I want to add a gradient for colorization according to relative volume, I would find the filter over here, and then we would just check that, highlight it over here. Now it knows I want to colorize by relative volume. And then we just have to decide on some breakpoints here. So let's see, how about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 to start? So all I need to do here, you don't even have to worry about the colors yet. We just put in the numerical breakpoints. So I would just say 2, add 4, 6, 8, and 10. All right, so I've got 5 breakpoints in there, and now I could just say, hey, I would like to try this color scheme out. If you're a monochromatic person, well, there you go. Nice little gradient. Or if that's not your cup of tea, maybe you like the unicorn, more of the unicorn color scheme. Try it out. All you have to do is just click through each one, and you'll see the gradient change accordingly. I've always kind of partial to the monochromatic or the orange. So I'll leave it there, and I'll drop this cloud link into the chat for you guys. Okay, here comes the cloud link. And there you have it. Yeah, Chandra, we do that kind of very similar to the way that we organize the 10 period SMA filter. So price VWAP crossing within 0.5% price of the VWAP on a 5-minute chart. Okay. So we could use distance from VWAP to dial in that that tight little range. Let's see, what'd you say again? Crossing within, does that mean 0.5% until it gets to the VWAP? Or you want to see it after it's 0.5% above the VWAP? Because if we're talking about VWAP 1, here we go. Let's say we want it to be, okay, you want it to be a minimum of 0.5% above Okay, so see that done. But what's the threshold? You just want to see it if it's 0.5% above and anything further than 0.5%, or do you not want it to be too far past VWAP? 0.5% above, but not any higher than 1.5%, or is there a cap that you'd like to put on here? Okay, so at least 0.5% above, but no more than 1% above, right? So that's the simple uh, explanation right there. And let's just do, well, we'll leave these guys in place, but we'll just get rid of the 10 period there and see what this one yields. Oh yeah, I forgot I don't have VWAP on my chart here. Oops. Hold on. Okay, what color am I not using here? We'll just pick the dark green. Yeah, my dark green line is kind of not too visible there. Tends to be right there with the 10 period on the 5, but now we can see the dark green. Okay, so 0.6 of 1%, 0.6% above the VWAP, FTI. Yeah, it looks big, but it's not that big of a move from 965 up to 975. Now we're not getting a ton of stocks on here because I left these factors in place here, but that is the setting that you would want to use. Now, not a whole lot of stocks there. So if we want to try to get a little bit more on here, we could. So get rid of that one and see how much we improve. It didn't really make that big of a difference. We'll get rid of change from open. We'll get rid of this. Still not getting a whole lot here. So all we're basically saying is we don't want to see a gap, but that might not be that important to you. Okay, so now with very basic filtering, and of course we're only looking at stocks between 3 and 10. So Chandra, what do you like to see as far as price, minimum maximum price? Because I'll get this dialed into what you like for the VWAP scan or the VWAP list. And we could probably even create a list and then convert this into an alert window as well using the VWAP cross alerts to get just a different viewpoint. Okay, 3 and 20. You got any preferences on average daily volume? Currently at 300 on the 5-day. Okay, well, if there's anything you want to add or modify, just let me know. All right, so we certainly get more stocks now. Now we can colorize by relative volume, or we can just do it by, you know, you'd have a lot of gradient changes if we tried to do it by distance from VWAP. I'm not really sure what the no was in reference to. No, so nothing else to add. Or we could tell it to sort. Do you want to see the ones that aren't as far above VWAP at the top of the list, or the ones that are, maxing out here? In any case, depending on that, if we just want to see the ones that are 0.5% above, we can set that as the sort column and just say distance from VWAP, smallest on top, and that'll do that for you. Okay, so you want to leave relative volume here, or what are we going to do with the relative volume there? Or did we want to add a minimum filter setting? Was the no in reference to relative volume? You don't want to see rel volume? Okay, not really. Okay, sort based on relative volume. Okay, I got you. We can do that. And I would assume you want biggest on top there. Okay, so something like this perhaps. Tighten up these columns a little bit for you. Okay, now let's rename this guy. Well, we'll just call this one Hugging VWAP. All right, let me drop this in. All right, there's the cloud link for the VWAP. What's up, Circle? Do you stop trading within a certain hours, or are you all systems go for the entire market hours? Very good question. I'm stopping a lot earlier than I have in the past just because things are drying up. There's just not as many, as Barry and I were referencing earlier, just not as many big movers. And you can kind of get a feel for it, right? So once I've clipped out, anywhere between 30 and 50 symbols from my liked list, 2 weeks ago, this thing was going nuts pretty much all day. And you'd have some good 15-minute opening range breaks, 30s. Always like to wait for those periods, 15, 30-minute. Of course, things can break out in between 30 minutes and the first hour, but I always like to focus on the 30 and hourly breakouts. And then a couple of weeks ago, we'd have things consolidating for half the day and then breaking out. So if we use the hunting analogy, it's just the forest has been overhunted, right? There's just not as many things hopping around out there. Um, and that's the case with the market right now. But usually, even in an active market, I'm definitely slowing down after the first 2 hours. And it seems as though that time goes by very quickly. I'm always amazed at how quickly the first 2 hours go when you're actively trading. Seems like 30 minutes. But yeah, things are just slowing down, and I can get a feel for it based on I've got the same number of stocks in my like list, but I'm not seeing near as many hit highs to even meet the pattern that I look for, and then B, the continuations of those stocks. Now, tomorrow it could be completely different and I would have a feel for it, right? So hopefully that makes sense. But to that point, Circle, even in the olden times when myself and some of the older guys here at Trade Ideas were in the SOS trading game, mid, late 90s, early 2000, we'd trade the first 2 hours, then go take off, come back, try to scrape out a little bit more money in a little bit more money in the last hour. That was kind of the methodology then. Still pretty much the active first 2 hours, definitely where a lot of opportunity is. Last hour is not near as productive as it used to be, but there's still orders that have to get done. And sober's definitely been on the radar of a lot of the races as of late. Coming to life from $1, hitting almost $4. Interesting to see it coming up on a relatively new thing, and it just disappeared. Let's see. RSI. Nasty little stretched out opening range break. But this is a good example of one that fails. Nice entry point here. Yay, everybody's happy. We're in the money. But gave it back. So let's see if this is the entry point here. This is a pre-market candle, so we're only looking at the market regular session. Notice a lot of energy expenditure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 minutes of upward action to get to that point. Flip a coin. I've seen plenty of these that just keep on trucking, but I don't like these near as much as a nice tight consolidation. So entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. Stop out area there. Took most of the session to get there, but that is a failed range break. Because typically, if this is the entry candle, I look back 15 minutes, take the lowest point of the 15 minutes, that is the stop area. And there you can see how magically we're hovering right at that stop area. Now, if this thing had gotten some traction up here, and we had some good action above that 398 level, well then this was this little area right here was definitely in play. Not a whole lot of room, but room nonetheless. Definitely what I would call a lower quality candidate. Just didn't have that much room in it, along with the energy expenditure. OIS, a little bit different of a story. We get the nice range break and a nice orderly upturn. Looks like it's starting to get soft though. Actually, I still have a little piece of this one, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do. My remainder, that's a low of 499. And we're just hovering at that level now. Okay. Hey, Philippe. Yes, we do have videos for new users. Let me show you a few of them. And we also have a great online training guide as well. I'll show you how to get to both of those things. Okay, so first and foremost, if you cruise over to YouTube, you can see right here, I'm on the Trade Ideas YouTube channel. All right. So we've got tons of videos, especially for beginners. If I type in TI University here, these are great introductory video series. 101, 201, 301, and 401. 101 is going to walk you through all the basic functionality, help you get over that learning curve a lot quicker. So TI University series on our YouTube channel, as well as any of the other videos that we have here, great resource. Okay. Now, online user's guide. If we come down here to the toolbar and say help, we can just click on the user guide here. Now it's going to take you to our online user guide. And then we can just scroll down here and look for specific topics that we need help on, right? You can click on any of these topics, or we can just say, you know what, show me the full table of contents. And then we can click on the search field here, type in any relevant search term, say alert window, and you're going to get tons of information about that topic. So a really well put together online help guide. And of course, we can also see all the topics over here as well on the slide bar. So plenty of videos on the YouTube channel and the online help guide should be very useful. XAIR, let's see what that one looks like. Oh yeah, nice little couple of days of action, especially yesterday. Not a bad play to the downside if you're able to get short this one. What's the market cap? 200 million. Yeah, so this is going to be questionable as to whether or not it's borrowable. But man, what a nice orderly descent. 716. Nice little downside range break there. Beyond Air. Not to be confused with Beyond Meat. You know, this one's dealing with nitric oxide, but I've also been seeing a lot of systems out there with hydrogen allegedly having some health benefits for us humans. Haven't really haven't really looked into that one yet. Vegan Air. Definitely just on the cusp of a low floater there, 25 million shares in the float. Yeah, Kaba holding up pretty strong. Once again, one of the earlier ones that Barry called out. And I distinctly remember looking at it and going, it's not going to move that much. But hey, if something's going to move a dime, who's not going to take it? I didn't hit the button for some reason. All right, well, the time is passing pretty quickly here. Got about 7 minutes till the top of the hour. MVST making the race rounds today. And what a lovely little break right there, especially with the volume kicking in. Notice it is not on my liked list because I quit pretty early collecting symbols today. But boy, this is what you want right here. You get it on your list early. See that nice tight sweet range break at $1.58 with roughly a 6-cent risk. And this is where you can really pull some big risk to reward ratios right here. $1.57 to 2.11. So let's just do a little experimente here. If I had it on my list, when would we have seen it? Hopefully at the exact right time. And there you have it. Bingo. And it would have told me, hey, if this thing does go, it might have 3% in it right here. But at the time, that numerical value was only 5 cents because it was looking at these levels right here, the red line. But boy, it just blew right through. Now, perfect example. When you see relative volume of 20 plus, like we're seeing here, but you're seeing these 5-minute volume levels maintain these crazy levels of 32x, a lot of the times, but not all the time, these are the ones that actually keep going, have the bigger moves. It's just that we're not seeing as many of them lately. But this is a perfect candidate, or was. Yeah, I've been covering that methodology circle in the Monday webinars. And I think that if you go back, if you go to the YouTube channel, we archive all of those. So if you just go back, even the last one, I'm showcasing that technique. So any of the last 3, 4, 5 office hours webinars, you're going to see that topic covered. Yeah, it's just simply reacting, right? Not a whole lot of thinking to it. The process is the same. Collect these symbols in the opening, at least for the opening 30 minutes. If I'm capable of it, I'll collect them for the first hour, because that way you don't miss out on these late, movers that are late in the day. This break right here not occurring until not quite 2 hours in, but that's an hour and 50 minutes into the open, right? Now, was MVST winning races that early? Well, I can see it's won 19 races here. It's won 13 races here. It's not on the top 10 here because this is a very specific scan. But if I pull this race over, which is just looking, I think I've got higher volume criteria in here. Yeah, so these are stocks that have to average 1 million shares a day over the past 5 days. And look who's right at the top of the list here, MVST. And it's also won, well, if we show the top 10 here, okay, only 6 on this one. So now the question is, what did it win any races during this period here, or did the races not kick in until here? This brings up a topic that we've been talking about, additional things that we'd like to add to the races is that type of information. Okay, when did this stock first win a race? We can see how many times it's won. Now, if I do go back to show all winners, I'd have to go back a long way, but I still wouldn't have a timestamp. And when we click here, it's not necessarily, it doesn't give you an arrow or anything. But I'm pretty convinced that we can add more metrics to the races to make them even more useful. So we'll constantly, I mean, that's always the case, adding features that are more conducive. So hopefully in the future, we'll be able to see more detailed metrics in the race winners. I heard some noise. Is that you, Barry?
That is me, Jamie. That is me. What are you hearing? Are you hearing my robot in the background, or are
No,
you hearing the
I just heard some kind of clunking or something. I didn't know if that was you hitting join the stream or I don't know.
maybe. I agree, though, what you're talking about. It'd be nice to know, to see, say, okay, a stock has won 4 races. What time did it win the first race?
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. Be
Yep.
nice to be able to go back in time. That would be a nice feature. I actually thought when you were saying show all winners, I thought maybe that would timestamp it, but I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, just a simple timestamp to where, or you click on it, it puts an arrow up here, very similar to the alert window.
Exactly.
Yes,
Oh
indeed.
man, I'm in this Cava, but oh man, is it slow. Oh jeez.
Yeah, well, like
Uh,
I was telling the group, I heard you talking about it. I just didn't hit it. It was just a slow grinder. It didn't look like
yeah.
it had a whole lot of room, but hey, I'll take 10 cents, 12 cents, whatever.
Yeah. Well, in this market, yeah. Well, the CEO bought $147,000 worth of stock at $1. So that was the reason for the pop. And
Hmm.
then I thought, when I looked left, I thought, wow, it's got some room to two. So, hence the reason I took it. But just like we were saying that as I was exiting the room just before noon, just not seeing a lot of great follow through on these ones. Just not. I mean, there are some, of course, you're always, but the problem is that which one is that going to be? I mean,
Exactly.
that's the big issue. I mean, before we could probably look at maybe, I don't know, 60 to 70% of them that had some decent follow through for several hours. Now we're lucky if we find 10% of them that have any sort of follow through.
Did you
But
have did you have MVST? Did you notice it hitting any races in that first 2 hours?
it's possible, Jamie, but unfortunately my system froze, or trade ideas froze on me. So I
You had
had
to
to do a
restart? Yeah.
restart. I had to
Hmm.
do a restart. So I don't really remember NBST, but it's possible.
Yep,
It's
because that's
possible.
definitely a unique one today.
You mean the fact that it went up and then it completely dropped? Or what? You
Well,
talking? I'm sorry. MVST. I
yeah,
thought you
yeah,
said
yeah. Mary
N.
Victor, Sam
I'm
Tom.
I'm sorry that you said NVST.
Yeah, M is in
Yeah,
Mary.
MVST was, pretty darn good after that first pullback. It
Hmm.
it is that has been probably the best one in terms of continuation.
Hmm.
I know a lot of people were looking at Sober earlier, and look what the heck happened to Sober,
Yep.
SOBR.
Hmm.
Absolute huge rug pull. So I mean, this is yeah, it's
Yeah,
tough.
Sober's never really traded nicely. You better get ready to
No,
sit some big wiggles on that one.
yeah, look at that daily chart. Look at the topping tails and
Hmm.
bottoming tails, especially the topping tails.
Yeah.
No confidence that it's going to hold its gains. So
Hmm.
yeah, I've never really liked that one, but it's got all that news, and the device, and it keeps pumping out press releases almost every day. So they're trying to maintain the enthusiasm, but I'm not enthusiastic about
Yeah, on the
it.
5.4 million share float, things are gonna get a
Exactly.
little crazy. Yeah, it's already
Ex-
done almost, well, 4 times its float today.
Exactly.
Okay, my
Exactly.
friend, are you ready to
I'm ready.
take the
Okay.
helm?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just grab. There we are. I think I've added my stream. So
You're
you are
back.
free to go, my friend.
All right, Barry, thank you. All right, thanks
Okay.
everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. Just let me get my music started. All right, so what in the world is happening here? I mean, I'm still in this Cava. I'm snoozing on it. I mean, I'm mildly positive on it. I keep hoping that it'll get back into the 130s and take a little bit of a run. But I'm not saying usually a stock like that is not affected by what the market's doing within reason. But we've now had one, two, three, four, five, where this last candle has another 11 minutes or so to close, but we're certainly 1 hour straight down. So not helping even the small guys, just not really helping them. Yeah, and as Real is saying, you can see a lot of stuff in Google, guys. Just, rather than, I'm not picking on you, Vans, it's just in general, a lot of information. If you're wondering, well, what's happening, just go to Google, type it in, see what you get. And unfortunately, my trade ideas froze on me. So that's why I had to do a reboot of trade ideas. So I've lost all my previous winners. Okay, it just froze on me. Ugh, look at this red candle now. Wow. And we were just talking to Jamie about the silver. I mean, yeah, I mean, you would almost look at this and think, is there going to be a financing or something? Because that is just a big rug pull here. But I've said this, I'll say it again. This is one of the more difficult intraday traders. Just look at these topping tails on the daily chart. No confidence. I mean, they get to a certain high and then the sellers just come in and knock it down virtually every single day. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, and now today and yesterday. Cannot close near the highs. Now, if you believe in the story, fine. If you think it's a great story and ultimately it's going to be a success, that's a different issue. But to try to trade this intraday, I find it extremely difficult. All right, so Mookie, there are only really two options for symbol linking. So the question now, first of all, can you hear me? Question is about symbol linking to a chart. There are really only two options that we have. Okay, so I mean, there are only two options, really. I mean, there are some, but without getting too detailed. But if you right click on the chart and you go to properties, you either have symbol linking or you don't have symbol linking checked. So if you check symbol linking, so that's why in these two charts, I do have the symbol linking checked so that every time I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. Okay, whereas I do not have it checked in the SPY. That's why SPY doesn't change. Okay, does that answer your question? So again, right click, properties, either you have it checked, symbol linking is checked, or it is not checked. Is that what you meant? Or are you talking about symbol linking like a specific alert window to a chart? Well, it's all based on the chart. Okay, so if you have symbol linking checked on any chart that you've got, depending on all the time frames, every time you click on an alert, doesn't matter. You don't have to go into the individual scans and do that. No, you don't have to go to the individual scans. it just automatically knows that when you load a chart, when you click on a symbol, it's going to load into the charts automatically and with the symbol linking, as long as you have it checked. But you don't have to go to each individual window and say that. Okay, like I've got these two over on my other monitor. If I click on MVST, I haven't done anything within this scan to tell it, that I want it symbol linked. The symbol linking is really done from the chart. So it's either checked or it is not checked. Okay, does that answer your question? Okay, good. Now, without getting too complicated, you can assign a certain window, like a scan, to a chart, but I don't think that's what you wanted. I don't think that's what you were talking about or care about. So if you did something like that, yes, with the symbol linking, there is this, link to all. You probably did go in and I've never used this. I just don't see personally, I don't find a use for it. But you probably went in and accidentally unchecked the link to all and maybe checked another color or something like that. So yeah, you could in theory assign a scan to a chart by color coordinating it. Here's the properties and the symbol linking. And these are the colors. So yeah, in theory, I could say, well, if I want this chart to be the green and I want this alert window to be green, every time I click on an alert, it'll only change that chart. I just have never found a real use for it, but that's why it's not working. Yes, if you have to have link to all, but excuse me, I'll get it right. That is the default. Okay. Well, guys, Zyme is either going to, no, I doubt if it's going to stay here all day. So this could turn into an interesting little short possibility, the ZYME. I know it's the AI alert at 6:31. It was, it's the only good one today. Oh, you guys have been talking about Muln, M-U-L-N. Did I? Oh, I unchecked the symbol linking. Okay. Anyway, Muln. Oh, that's why I don't see it. Okay, so. Well, guys, if I weren't in this room, I'd be just shutting my computer off and saying that's enough and do something else. But of course, I cannot vacate. But I'm just not seeing a lot of stuff that I like. See if any of these bounce plays are. Well, that was probably way too That probably happened way too quickly, William, right? I do see that's from Zach's bounce scanner. And it was at 7:35, but that probably went up way too quickly. Yeah, that's what I thought. When you see a bottoming tail like that, I don't even know if that was truly like a true bottoming tail. But anyway, yeah, there's no way you could get it. Yeah, you know what? This is about the best one in terms of follow through, guys. The MVST. When I was talking to Jamie, I was saying that a lot of these smaller ones, and this is not a small float either, 124 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation. Let me make sure of that. I think, was there some controversy about that? No, it's a big float. It is a big float. So no controversy about it in terms of the float, but I was saying to Jamie that, especially this one here, the races, up until maybe a couple of weeks ago, I would say that we'd see 4 or 5 or 6 that would have this type of continuation without giant pullbacks. Can you program trade ideas to lock you out from revenge trading? Now, sometimes these bottoming tails do matter. Sometimes that maybe this was a precursor of something that's going to happen. So let's see if this takes out 8. MGTX takes out 8. Well, it's definitely extended. I mean, there's no question. It still has room though. I mean, look, 258 is the next high. I mean, so in theory, it still has some room, but it's extended for sure. This is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this is making new high after new high. Now, you would think that if it gets anywhere close to 250, that might give us a short opportunity because there is some resistance right there. Now, we could have said that was resistance at 214. That didn't stop it at all. But that 50-cent level for me anyway, for stocks under 5, can be a bit of a psychological barrier. So this is a definition of an alpha stock, guys. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Look what the market's been doing over the last hour and a half, and look what this one has been doing. So this is your alpha stock. These are the ones that we try to find. It was found. Problem is, well, I don't know when I would have seen this, to be honest. Maybe here. Well, I think it probably would have raced at the beginning of the day, just based on that 15-minute candle. I mean, here's another, not bad one, I mean, it's had a couple little, this SLS had a couple of pullbacks here. So this has not been too bad, not huge rug pulls, but coming into that $3 mark, is this shortable for me? It is shortable. So both of those are shortable for me, the SLS and the MVST. I just, I mean, this could easily stall at this 3 level. I think we'll see a lot more activity next week, guys. There'll be a lot more companies. In fact, let me just take a look. A lot more companies releasing earnings. And again, I don't care about the Apples and all the big guys. I'm more interested in the second and third tier type companies. Because those are the ones, that typically fly under the radar for about 3 months. Then they have their day that they release earnings, and either on the upside or the downside. Yeah, so next week we have about 600 companies releasing earnings. This week we've had 200, about 200, okay? So next week we're gonna have about 600, and the week after that, probably around the 600, and the week after that, usually for about 3 weeks to a month. We can get a lot of very interesting earnings plays. Stocks that, they release earnings and they just keep going, or they keep going down. Tesla reports after hours today, okay. Let's see, there's no action whatsoever, so market is not, nobody's trying to predict yet. But Netflix certainly, did Netflix hold its most of its gains? 279, 273. I mean, it's still up 13%. That's a big move on 437 million in the float. So I mean, it's pulled back, but ooh, guys, well, if you had any questions, fire away. I'm just sort of drifting right here. I mean, this MVST is no pullback yet. Look at the volume. The volume, I mean, that's the big thing, guys. Look at the volume bars on the 15-minute. Look how it's been increasing. This one will be the biggest volume bar of the day. You know, typically the first, well, no, that was 11:15. So I guess that's when the news came out. So that was the first big volume bar. But this last one will eclipse that one. Long Oxy. Let's take a look at Oxy. Okay, just anything to do. I see what you're looking at, but a bunch of bottoming tails here, maybe a little pop. What's XLE doing? Are you following XLE to see if it's you're at least on the right side? Look like you are, yes. Yay, a green bar on the SPY to start. What's my music today? All over the place. Okay, AMPX. Another super choppy one, but no, it's trying to get over 8 again. What's the spread like? Yeah, spread's not terrible right now, but oh, Zach, I'm looking for anything from your topping scan, but nothing since I guess Novavax, NVAX, which was awesome. Oh yes, remember ADTX? So the day it got up to 28, $2 now. When was that day? That was back in September 14th, so a little over a month ago. Don't understand your question. If the spread is close, that scares me away. Typically, you want to have a tight spread. I mean, it's a lot easier to get into a trade if the spread is tight. So if that answers your question. So like here's the CABA, 125, 126. But if this was 125, 140, almost impossible to trade. Yeah, because when you think about the spread, I'll take him, here's another good spread, obviously a penny. Let's just say though the spread was 234, 260. Now, yeah, you can sometimes try to stick a bit in between that, but if you want that stock right away, you're gonna, it's almost, I mean, how do you commit to that if the spread was 230, 260 and taking it at 260? Because immediately your P&L is going to look like you're down 30 cents immediately. So that's why, I mean, when you get a spread like that, you just got to shy away. Now with IB, sometimes, you can pick, they allow you to pick a midpoint, and maybe, if you really truly want it, sometimes you get lucky and you get to fill in between the bid ask, but there's no guarantee. So for me, I mean, if I find the spread just too crazy, I mean, I just don't even bother. It's almost like they're trying to say, we don't want anybody to trade this. All right, guys. Well, Cabot is basically right where I bought it, so I have to make up my mind if I want to hold this or not. Yeah, the market makers, yes. That's who establishes the market, yes. I should have shorted Zyme. ZYME, should have shorted that one. I was talking about that basically all day. I just lost sight of it. Okay, guys, what time is it? Is it 3:30 yet? Another 2 hours. Yikes. I mean, this one's been, I mentioned this one earlier. Yeah, this one's been decent, not too many huge pullbacks for the SBFM. Well, maybe the PXMD, maybe you can get rolling again a little bit, but there's what I'm talking about though, big rug pull, the stock's up to 284, it moves down to 255, and that's a big percentage move. Big rug pull right there. Tries to come back immediately, but is on its, looks like it's, I mean, it's making lower highs, so well, I guess if I just kept that my short of OLPX all day long, and said forget about anything else, that would have worked in a minor way, but I didn't. All right, guys. Well, this might be getting a little more ripe for a short MVST. We've got a couple of topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, it's difficult, it's sorting a strong stock, but you're getting some little minor topping tails now on the 15. Eventually, there's going to be some profit taking. Yeah, I know it's still grinding. I just can't take it. I mean, it's grinding. I just cannot take it. I mean, it looks to me like right here could be the resistance area. It's right at it. I mean, the 200-day is up here. I guess that's far enough away, but looking at this daily right over here. Well, I actually tried to get some of this OLPX, and now finally the uptick rule nailed me. I couldn't get where I wanted it. It actually, it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And if you're wondering why did it take that long, there must have been some filter. Obviously, it's a 10-day daily breakdown. The relative volume is fine because my minimum is 8. I think it had to do with the change from the open. Yeah, that was it because it has to be down 40 cents from the open also. Now look at, you're going to go without me, you miserable. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do, there's a bunch of stuff happening within trade ideas. So I'm just going to start following some of these discussions. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if you have a question. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, maybe this has a pop. I don't know. It's found, it looks like it's trying to find a base, INSM. Found a base down here around 840. I mean, it's already popped 40 cents. But maybe, the market, I don't know. I don't think it's too dependent on what the market's doing, but looking for any sort of, idea, maybe over 19, maybe it gets going. And that's the INSM. Yeah, you can see, look at all the energy stocks changed from the open. 90% of them are above the open now. I'm surprised your Oxy didn't work out better for you, Larry. But 90% are above the open now, energy. So this is obviously the sector right now that is alive. Look at healthcare, 100% are down. The ones that make up XLV, 100% are down from the open. But obviously energy right now, based on Biden's speech and etc. And yeah, Indo and Husa, the two cheap ones, Indo and Husa. They're about the same float, I think. Yeah, Husa's a little bit more, 8.8 million, and Indo was the crazier of the two. Yeah, remember when Indo got up to $86? Crazy. And if you look at Husa at the same time, it was crazy, just not as crazy. Got up to $16. Yeah, 9, that was the other one. Yeah, 9. And what was that Mexican stock? MXTC, or wasn't there MXC? MXC? That one was trade. Yeah, it doesn't. Wow, look at this. It doesn't trade. But look, I mean, back on that day, it did the same thing, up to $42. So MXC is interesting. It's not trading at all. I mean, it is really lagging those. And how's 9? Yay, a question, Simon. I can answer that. Yes. Now, the only issue is that it'll change everywhere. Okay. So you can't pick and choose. So, and I don't know if you can change the font in here. Don't think you can change the font in here. But if you go to tools, okay, go to tools and then options. And in the general section, there is a font area, okay? So you can pick the font you want. Well, not too many, but, and then the size and whether you want it bolded or not, okay? And that will change all of your alert windows and top list windows. Okay, so let me do that again. Click on Tools from the toolbar, Tools, Options, General, and then Fonts. You can see. All right. Okay, guys, I'm getting a little bit of a lag here. Let me just do a reset. Yeah, well, I completely digress on this. I'm talking about seeing, but I'm sure most of you probably know that there are glasses that you can buy that are designed for that, about that 3 foot, that 3 to 4 foot area between you and your monitor. If I didn't discover that, I could not do what I'm doing. And I don't wear glasses that much. I can walk around without glasses, no problem. But I could not, I could not be doing what I'm doing if I didn't have these, well, I call them computer glasses, okay, Larry? But so if you went into your optician and you said, listen, I need some glasses that are designed for computers, and it's that distance, that 3 to 4 foot distance between you and your monitor, unbelievable difference. If I take them off right now, I mean, everything is kind of, well, I got headaches. I actually thought I was not going to be able to do this. And then somebody told me about they call them computer glasses, screen glasses, and it turned my life around. Really, I wouldn't be able to do this. Yeah, I've also got the blue light canceling. I think my original ones, I don't even know if but yes, I do. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was just, the fact that the screen was just a little bit, and I was just having tremendous eye strain and getting headaches. But anyway, I don't want to hijack well, it's a prescription, Mookie. I mean, you cannot just go and it's not like they're not reading glasses. They're not like reading glasses. The question was, are like 2.0? They're not reading glasses. They are designed for a specific distance. And I still have them. I think they're like 5 or 6 years old. One of those incredibly super light frames. So flexible light frames. I know they're called something. Anyway, well, maybe Kaba. I was watching this Kaba. Maybe it'll start to creep back into the 30s for me. Yeah, I thought that too. LMAO, who comes with this? Is of course one of these SPACs. I'm sure they had a chuckle when they said, "Hey, let's call ourselves LMAO." Ever the comedian, aren't you, Dak? Click on at your peril. So if we were in a bit of a different market, I'd be looking at this AMPX, okay? And yeah, I mean, again, I had to do a reboot, so this is sort of skewed now. I don't see, because I had to start about an hour ago, an hour and a half ago, so this is not from 9:30 on. But anyway, AMPX to me, if it in a slightly different market, I'm always saying something like, well, here's something that popped up, and now it's kind of resting. And if the volume comes back in, it could go on another run. Could, but I just don't trust. I just don't trust it. Look what happened to the finger. I mean, this was another one. We're I don't expect things to just keep going higher and higher and higher. But what you want to see is something like, okay, finger doing this, and then just kind of basing a little bit of a pullback, fine. And then a little base, and then making another high, little pullback, another high. But these are just giant rug pulls. I mean, you get a stock at 609 and it goes all the way down to 535. That is a big percentage move, so it's hard to get any confidence. But that is typically what I'm seeing right now. In these low float garbage stocks. I mean, let's look, they're garbage stocks, but they've been performing very well for several months until I would say the last I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. I do have this dice on a thumbnail chart, and I mean it just looks like it's again it's a very whippy intraday type trader, but man, it just looks like it just wants to keep drifting down, down, down every day. Problem is, you get into say a short here, and all of a sudden it jumps, $4 on you, $3 on you. Well, rivet. Okay, guys, Rubicon RBT. What's the next high looking left? The next high looking left is 238. It's got a little bit of room. Actually, it's got some room. Actually, I'm wrong. The high yesterday was 208. So that could stall it. Am I on mute? I should not be on mute. Let me just make sure I haven't accidentally muted the YouTube stream. Nope. So I'm not on mute. Aha. So this one is shortable for most of us, probably. SLS. This is showing up on DAX topping scan. So, as I was saying earlier, that to me, it looks like it could stall right around this area, 316, 315, maybe even that three, but it did pop through three. See if there's any specific news on this one. I don't see any news for SLS. Keep an eye on this on a 3 break, guys. I mean, this SLS. The only problem I've got is that it looks like there's, decent support around 290 on that 15 minute. So it may not give us enough. Beyond Meat. What is Beyond Meat doing? BYND. What is Beyond Meat doing? Look how choppy this was. Up, all the way down, moving back. Well, I guess my idea was right about the OLPX to, eventually short this, but it it would have been a real snooze fest for a long time, but somebody said this afternoon after the market closes, Tesla. Let's take a look. Yeah, October 9th, post, excuse me, post, sorry about that. Yeah, Tesla. So after hours today, no real, no real clue. Nobody's budging either direction in terms of what did Netflix do before? I don't think, let's see if Netflix had any sort of a run. Not really. Not yesterday. Didn't really have a run yesterday ahead of earnings. But boy, they did not disappoint. Yeah, I mean, okay, it was down a little bit. I guess it closed the day before at 245 and it closed at 240. You're right, it was down $5. It was down $5. I don't call that a huge move down. But boy, it released earnings and bam. All right, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. I'll be here again to answer questions if you have any. And look at the market, guys. Maybe the market is going to surprise us a bit. Okay, is there a race for stocks that are at an extreme oversold area? Well, I don't have a race designed specifically for that, but that would be a matter of creating a top list. What do you consider? Okay, let's just do it together. So I'm going to create a new top list. Okay, and let's start from scratch. Okay, load the settings, start from scratch. Okay, so what do you consider oversold? Like a really low RSI? Like what do you consider oversold? You have to tell me what you would consider being an oversold situation. Okay, so let's go RSI on the daily. Okay, add the filter. Okay, so you don't want it any more than 30. Okay, that's number one. What else? Is that it in terms of the something that may be identifying oversold? Because afterwards, of course, we'll add maybe a volume. Okay, but you have to tell me, I mean, what price range are you looking for? Like a minimum volume, maybe, things like that. This is how you start. Okay, stocks below 100. Okay, so say a max of 100. Any min? We're just going to do this, right? You see what I'm doing, right? Maybe any minimum. Average volume of at least 200,000. Okay, average over what time period? We can go average. So we have 5-day, 10-day, and 3 months. So you tell me which you want. 5-day, 200,000, or 10-day, or 3 months. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's it. You don't know for sure. So I'm going to add the filter, and you want 200,000 minimum. Okay, 200K. So see how we're building this. I'm going to click on the summary. So right now we've got the prices no more than $100. Daily volume over average over the last 10 days is at least 200,000 shares a day, and the RSI is no more than 30. Okay. Anything else you can think of you want to add? Because if this is good enough, then we can launch a race right from here. You can always adjust this. So if you can't, if you can think of anything else that you might want to put in, that's fine. You could use maybe a position in a range, maybe. Okay, so then what we do is, this is a trick. We use our earnings per share filter. Okay, EPS. We use our EPS filter. Add the filter, and we put a minimum of 0.00, say 0.01. Let's make it some crazy low number, and then a max of minus 0.001. And this is just a trick, okay? Because stocks have earnings, be they positive or negative, but ETFs don't. Okay, so you will not, using this filter just as a bit of a trick, you will not have ETFs. Okay, so that's why, and it just has to be some positive number and some negative number. That's why I put 0.001. It doesn't really matter what you put, but okay. Anything else? Just let me know. Okay, so we can start here. Okay, I mean, you can always adjust values. You can always add filters. So let's just say, okay, first of all, I'll give it a name. In honor of you, Shannon, I'll say Shannon. Okay. Now, need some columns. So let's go change from the close, the price, the volume today, maybe a relative volume. I'm just going to change from the open, change from the open percent. And we'll add this, the average daily volume, just so you see what it is. We'll take a look at the RSI. Okay, so these are some columns. Now, the whole idea about a race, though, is what are you going to base your race on? Are you looking, like I like to base my races on the change from the open. So if you're looking for an oversold situation, maybe you want to have, okay, let's see, what is that stock doing from the open? But let's just do it, okay? Okay, so here it is. There it is. That's what it looks like right now. And then what we do is we launch the race. So I'm going to, because a race always starts off from a top list window. That's why, yeah, so we don't know necessarily if it's a strong, but let's just start like this, okay? Right click, launch the race. And then I'm going to ask you, so here's the race setup. So with all races, you can pick the time that you want a race to run before another race starts. So you don't have to use 4 minutes. I use 4 minutes, but I must have accidentally clicked that. But here's where you can adjust it, okay? If you want 4-minute races, 5-minute races, 10-minute races, 3-minute races, let's just keep it at 4. So what that means is that a race will start, and then you'll see what is moving over the next 4 minutes the most. And then after that's over, another race will begin. So every 4 minutes, a new race will start. And I'll base it on the change from the open. And I use delta because like here, this is why the ones you see at the top are the ones that have moved the most in the 4-minute race. Okay, so that's what that delta means. I always like auto rerun. I check that because I think most people, I'm not even sure it should be an option, to be honest. But when a race is over, you want another one to start immediately. Okay, that's what I like anyway. So it's auto rerun. Now I'm starting this race at 9:30. That's when the market opens. So let's just see. I mean, I have no idea what we're going to see. Just want to get rid of these. Okay, this race will start in about usually about a 30-second delay before the actual race starts, but let's just see what happens. Now, what I'm going to do also is I'm going to use this browser interface. It'll look a little bit better. You don't have that yet, so we'll just wait for the race to start, and we'll see what sort of alerts you're getting. Okay. Okay, new journey. I'll try to answer your question after we see what sort of information we're going to get from this. Okay. So, for instance, NVMI. Uh, a little lag going on here, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, give me a moment here. Usually if I just reset the account, reset my connection. Okay. So right now there is nothing positive on the change from the open. Okay, nothing is positive. But you can sort of see these are obviously CNK, kind of a beaten up stock on the daily, trying to come back a little bit. This is that Cano, trying to come back a bit. And the thing is that once this race is over, there will be a winner. If you start the race at 9:30, you'll create your own top 10 list of stocks. Now you can kind of follow them all day long because as a stock maybe is moving up the leaderboard, and even if it wins, it doesn't necessarily mean you take the trade right then and there. But you know what? We have this top 10 list. You can click on you can click on the alerts on the symbol and see what's happening. For instance, if this Cano pulled back here and then it started moving again, you might look at that, go, okay. I mean, look what happened to Cano. Now, if you know the story behind this, the rumor was that CVS was going to maybe buy them, and then two days ago, that rumor seems to have been squashed. As an example, I mean that's why we have this giant red candle. I mean, so I can give this to you. I don't know, if it's exactly what you're, going to give you what you're looking for, but it's meeting all the filter requirements. Again, because you open the top list, and so it meets all of these filter requirements. Okay, 200,000 shares a day on average over the last 10 days. RSI is no more than 30 on the daily. That's keeping out ETFs, and the price is no more than 100. Now you might say, well, okay, maybe I should start adding some other filters. And now I can't tell you what to add. Maybe you want the stock to be up for the day. Maybe, for it to be rebounding, maybe it should be up for the day, instead of down for the day. So you could add a change from the close of making it positive, so that the stock is maybe trying to rally off the bottom and it's positive. I don't know. So if we did that, the change from the close, let's make it positive. Just, has to be just positive. So 1%. Okay, so it's got to be positive. Now see how few stocks we get now. Now if we run the race, let's see what happens. I'm sorry, I know they. So this race will start. I mean, it takes about 30 seconds to kind of warm up, and then you'll start to see some. Let me get that. Use the browser interface. Sorry, it just makes it easier. Again, that's a feature that you'll have eventually. It just makes it. You see how smooth when stocks move up and down, how smooth it is. Not using the browser interface, when a stock moves up and down, it's kind of herky jerky. Ugh, OLPX, you're going to drive me crazy. See, right now, nothing is moving. Okay, there's CTLP. So let's just take a look. I mean, it's only 0.16%, but that's So since this race started, CGNT, it's only a penny. You're probably not going to get big moves, for stocks that are in theory oversold. But look at CGNT. Now you might look at that and go, interesting. What if it can take out this level here? I mean, I personally look at this and go, it could easily just stall right at 3 though. So, that wouldn't be interesting to me. But what if there was more of a clear shot to say 4? Well, yeah, Peter, of course. I mean, a 30-cent spread for Apple is very different for a 30-cent spread on a $1 stock. Yes. So I don't know what sort of price range you like. I mean, it's a feel thing. I mean, I don't look at a percentage on a percentage basis, what the spread, what a tight spread would be. Okay, so in that case, then when you click on an alert, Shannon, here's a 15-minute chart, okay? That's the 10 SMA. That blue line there is the 10 SMA. You could put the 20 SMA on the chart, okay? So if you put the 10 SMA on the chart, and then when you click on the alert, you'll see whether or not it is crossed up above the 20 SMA. The 20 period, okay? Does that make sense? So what I would do is I would have a 15-minute chart, and then to add an indicator, that orange line is the 8 EMA, and that blue line is the 20 SMA, or is the 10 SMA, sorry. But if you wanted the 20 SMA, you just right click and you click on indicators, and then go down to moving averages, SMA, click on SMA, and then here's your period. Okay, you can, I guess it defaults to 20, and then you can pick a color. And then you just add it. So then that would be added. So what I would be doing then is as you start seeing the stocks, just click and see where is that 20 SMA? Is it through it? As an example. Yeah, you may not get very many alerts. Okay, you want to see something that's very close to the 20 SMA. But you just may not get very many alerts. Because it depends on the other filters you have. I would just, you know what I would do? I would just add the 20 SMA to your daily chart, to your 15-minute chart, and just see. I mean, it's not that big a deal, just to click on the alert and just see where it is. Remember now, you're only going to get you're going to get a top 10 list. That's it. And so when you just click on the alert, or as you see a stock here, just click and just see where is it with relation to that 20 SMA. I mean, there is a way in which you can do it, but it requires writing a custom formula. And, you're obviously brand new. Let's even see if we even have it. There's no bad idea or good idea. The only idea though is to try things. You may find that that 30 RSI, maybe that's not good enough. Maybe you should have 35, maybe you should have 25. You can experiment with those numbers. There's no right or wrong in anything. Maybe that 200,000 day average for 10 for 10 days, maybe it should be 300,000, maybe it should be 150,000. Maybe you shouldn't use it at all. I mean, there's all sorts of experimentation. There's no bulletproof scan. Okay, so I can give this to you, okay, and you can play around with it. And by playing around with it, you can just right click and then open the top list. And then here it is. And then you can kind of play around. You have to right click configure and you'll see and click on summary and then you'll see what it's looking for. And you might say, what if I make that 25? What if I make that 35? Maybe I take out that, it has to be up from the previous close. This is all experimentation. There's no right or wrong. So let me give this to you. Oops, let me give you the race itself. Okay, and then all I would do again is just add that 20 SMA onto your 15-minute chart, and when you click on an alert, you'll see where it is. It's not like you're going to get inundated with alerts all day long. If you just concentrate on that one scan, it's not like you're going to get inundated with alerts. Yeah, so D88 or 888. Question is training about races and how to set them up. Okay, just one moment, Firas. And I still have another question. How do I add to my biggest gainers is blank now trying to set up my scans? Okay, I'll try to new journey. I'll get to your question. So if you go to my homepage, anybody else who's looking about races and how to set them up, if you go to my homepage, click on that link, my homepage link, and then click on the education section. Okay, click on the education section. Click on the user guide. And here we go. If you click on the user guide, TI stock race. This is pretty detailed. There are several videos, okay? Several videos, 4 of them right now. Okay, race startup, race configuration, race replay, sharing, display, etc. Okay, so this is all covered right here. Okay, and we have some good videos. Okay, and remember, all races start off with a top list. And, of course, you have to set, I mean, you can take my races, these ones, but remember now, these are my filter parameters. You may have a different idea about what you want to see. Again, there's no right or wrong. So Firas, when you said configure, are you talking about the races, configuring in the races? Or are you talking about in a top? So when you say, can you go to configure again, where? Are you talking about the configuring in the races? Or are you talking about configuring, say, this configure here, which is just an alert window? And then that brings up the summary. Was GOEV showing up on a scan? Wouldn't be showing up on this one, number one. Okay, I can tell you that because it's not up for the day. I'm sure it could show up on a scan. Okay, now when you say you got different results, are you talking, did you take my race? Because understand that my results will be very different compared to your results depending on when you started your race. Okay, now I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, so I run my races starting at 9:30. So this list would be very different. Okay, but if you just loaded my race, yeah, you won't see the same. You won't see the same top 10. Because your race. Excuse me. Your winners start when you load your race. Whenever you start. So if you just started at 2:30 Eastern time, as an example, of course you're not going to see anything. You're going to have to wait for your first race winner, and it could not. It may not be the same as mine. Does that make sense? If we started our race exactly the same time, you would see exactly the same results. So if you load this tomorrow, if you're so I have to ask the question: are you using my race, its biggest gainers from the open? Okay. If you load trade ideas before 9:30, okay, and you've got this will start at 9:30. And that list will be very different from this list because I had to do a reboot a couple of hours ago. So this is like a list that's starting at say 11 o'clock or 11:30. Okay, not 9:30. That's why our list will be different. Okay. I don't see a benefit, Shannon. I mean, some people have asked. What you can do is you can just duplicate the race. So let's just say, I start my race at 9:30. If I wanted to see like a different set of winners, say starting at 11 o'clock, all I would have to do is just duplicate the race, right click, and duplicate into a free floating window. So I'm taking it out because this is in a dock. This is not free floating. I know it's very confusing. And now, it popped up on my other monitor. So here it is now free floating. So now I start my race now, and yeah, it'll start now from 2:35. Again, I will have a different set of, because I'm starting this race now. So you could, in theory, have a race running from 9:30 or whatever time you want, and then using the same parameters, start the race at a different time. Yeah, you'll definitely get a different list. I haven't seen the big benefit of doing that, but I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying you shouldn't. All right, let me get to your question. New journey. What is your question? How do I add a list to my biggest gainers? Is blank now. Trying to set up my scans. Biggest winners. Okay, I need a little more information. So are you talking about having you want to create a list of stocks? You want to create your own list of stocks that you want to follow? I mean, we have a channel called Biggest Winners, I think, right? So if I click on new as an example, I click on new and then dock channel bar. Oops. Okay, a moment. First of all, get rid of my announcement. So if I click on new docked channel bar, and I thought we had something called biggest winners or something like that. Well, explosive winners. Explosive winners is basically this scan right there. So this scan that you're seeing here, this race is essentially the same as my race. The only thing I did is I said, you know what, I want a higher minimum volume, and I put in a different price range and all that. But so I don't know what you mean exactly, New Journey. How do I add a list? I mean, I can show you how you create a symbol list, and you put your stocks in there that you want to follow, and then attach it to a top list or an alert window if that's what you're talking about. But I need a little more information. Hey, guess what's moving now, guys? It rested. Look at, okay, you see, this is exactly what I was talking about. The PXMD. Now, again, my races when they started at 9:30, PXMD would have been in here. And this is what I'm saying, how you use the top list. You see something like PXMD, and maybe after the initial flurry, it wasn't doing anything, and then it was just resting. It would have been in this top 10 list somewhere. You click on it, and you may have seen it when it was doing this, and you might have said to yourself, you know what? If it takes out a certain level, maybe 280, I want to know about it. So you set a price alert. And I'm not saying that, now it's going to just rip right through three, but that is how you use this top list or watch list. It automatically creates a watch list for you. And so my advice is that you click on, like if I click on RBT right now, I may have seen this little pullback here and said, you know what? If it takes out two, maybe I want to know about this and maybe I take the trade. This gets you to focus on just a finite number of stocks all day long. And instead of jumping around from all sorts of different alert windows trying to create every scan known to mankind, okay, not wanting to miss anything, you'll just overwhelm yourself with data. So we don't have EMAs at all, believe it or not. Okay, we do not have EMAs. We have SMAs. And as far as following, not exactly. Now, Michael Noss has created, if you're looking for stocks that maybe come back into a moving average and then maybe bounce off it. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the winners, but you can also, as a stock is moving up the leaderboard, I would click on it. You don't have to wait for it to be a winner. Okay. And then if you have that 9 EMA on your chart, you can like I have the 8 EMA on my chart. Look at RBT. It's basically followed it all day long as an example. But we do have, and I don't want to overcomplicate things, but I mean, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created a lot of these scans. If you click on New and then Market Explorer, this window will pop up. You right click on it and then this select strategy and then moving averages as an example. So here's an 821 EMA trend pullback. This is a 10 SMA play on the 15-minute chart. So my guess is that it is coming into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. When you get the alert, now you can take a look to see what's happening. This is the 10 SMA on a daily and 10 SMA on a weekly. So these are all been created for you. There's no customization. All right, guys, I knocked myself out of that Kava trade. I'm just not interested anymore. Basically flat. I may look at it again later on in the day if it gets back over 130, but otherwise I'm just not too enthused. Look at that Ampex. I mean, I just was talking about the Ampex, sitting right there. I mean, this is not easy. I'm not saying this is easy. That's not a great spread. 44.54, 47.54. But look what it's doing. Now, an 8-cent spread is not going to matter if the stocks are going to go up $1. Now, we don't know that's going to happen, of course. Next high looking left looks like it's 910. I just wish this weren't so jumpy and choppy all day long. Otherwise, this would have been beautiful. Look at it go, guys. And you can see that was the latest winner, Ampex, right there. So it had news at 12:42. So it just had news. Yes, among the first funding recipients from the White House bipartisan infrastructure law. Okay, so that's your news. That's what popped it. No shorts for me either. Well, let's see if this can be sustained here. Because the next high, I said the next high was what, 910, 906, 960 after that, guys. I mean, if this keeps running. It's a low float, 18 million in the float. Come on. Look at the volume that came in on that news. Yeah, just trading it on that news right now, though. That's all. Taking some out. At last, a little bit of excitement. And more excitement. Oh, great. Okay, guys. Well, here's a winner. Okay, I'm out of most of this now. I mean, I tried to get through that 950 mark. I'm out of most of this now. What did I say the next high was? 981? 960. That's right. 960 was the next high. Wow, look at it go. I still have some, not much, but hey, take what we can get on a day like today. Look at that. I mean, again, it doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that, as William always points out, he does his little envelope check regarding financials. But right now, the market is just reacting to that news. That's all it's doing, just reacting to that news. $50 million cost sharing grant. Okay, that's all. So it's eye catching. And right now, traders are starved for something that is eye catching. Okay, so that's why. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Can it take out 10? If you're in this one, just be aware. I mean, that 10 could be really tough to get through. Psychologically, what did it get to? 994? Ugh, look at that OLPX. Look at this thing just cratered. Again, I don't have very much left. I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 10 from the Ampex. It doesn't look like it, guys. It just doesn't have that. Well, you're so excited, William, you can't even type it in correctly. Yeah, it looks like, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it still has a shot. Let me just put an alert up here around 10:03. See if I can induce it upwards. Yeah, Joseph, I am not an expert in these colors. I mean, you're talking about in the top list? So here's a top list. Okay, so I know that I can properties and I can go to colors, and then we have different palettes, that you can choose. These are but there is a way in which you can design your own. I haven't looked at this for years and years and years. I'm sorry, I'm just not the person. I'm not even sure it's in the guide. It's something that I think, I'll be honest, I don't see the need for it. But if you can put the cloud link in, I'll take a look at it. But I'm definitely not an expert. Oh, guys. Well, it briefly took out 10. Let's put that alert back in. Amazing, isn't it? Wait all day, nothing really happens, and then all of a sudden, out of the out of nowhere. Such is the life of a day trader. You're absolutely right. Hang around all day. So Joseph, if you know how to put the cloud link in, I can take a look at it. Yeah, it looks like that's it, guys. It really looks like that's it. I mean, it did briefly pop over 10. I haven't, I mean, you've maybe seen me, Paul. I've had to do a couple of times. I've had to do a reset, but certainly not over and over and over again. Yeah, but I have to see it, Joseph. I mean, you know, I literally have to see it to understand what's going on. You know, you can tell me that it's the float column that doesn't seem to be working, but I'd have to see it. If you're talking about things like this, let me just bring up my pre-market scan layout. So for instance, I've got this volume today. It doesn't really matter. I've got this float column as an example. I've got this float column so that if a float is under 10, I think 10 million shares, it's going to show up in blue. Is that what is that what you, I mean, I'm just using float as an example. Is that what you mean? That you're trying to code a color in a columns? Okay, okay. Well, this is what I've done for this one. Boy, I mean, I haven't done this for so long. Custom colors for float. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's true, Joseph. You're right. Unfortunately, that's one of the problems with YouTube is that links don't work. You can't. You'd have to come into the main room so I could see it. Links don't work. I mean, I can put a link in YouTube, but you can't. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. But this is all I've done. For instance, so you know, I'm putting float as an example, and yeah, anything less than 10 million will show up in blue as an example. So do you have something like that? I mean, blue or whatever color that you have. Let me let me start from scratch. Again, I haven't done this for years and years and years. Okay, so here is my window. Let's see if I can recreate it. Just a minute on the float. There we go. Okay, custom colors for float. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to delete them. I want to delete it. So now I'm starting from scratch. Okay, now I'm going to start from scratch. Because if I delete it right now, okay, there's the float. It's all in green. So now if I want to have the floats that are under 10 million in blue as an example, let's see if I can remember how to do this. So custom colors. A long time since I've done this. What do I need? 10 and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 10 million. Add edit. Now I think I want to white this out somehow. Okay. Okay, so I basically put, I picked my color that I wanted, less than. I put the value in. I added it. Let's see if that worked. Yay, it worked. Okay. So that is what you do. Let me take a look at yours, Joseph. Oh, Kaba, you miserable. Well, do I get back in you? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Um, Let me get rid of this. Get rid of this. And I'm going to load yours from the cloud. It's just, don't be a layout, right? It's not a layout. Okay, good. Okay. So are you trying to create okay, so what are you actually trying to do? In the float, you want the float to be like if it's less than 10 million or whatever, you want it to be showing up as a color, as an example. So I don't know what you mean by dynamic. You're saying this is that, okay, you're saying it's all the same color. All right. Okay, I think it's just a matter of shading, to be honest. If I switch it to that, let's see what happens. There. You see, this is just a matter of shading. See, in this particular case, the up gappers, let me just try this again. So if again, these are predefined. Whoops. Don't do it. What? The float doesn't want to, I was able to get that shading using this one. So I do see what you mean. You want the different shade. It's all one color, no matter what you select. I'm just not sure then. Um, okay, well, okay, let's just see. Yeah, there's no values here though. I mean, these are the values in theory, right there. So there are no values here. These are the values, and yeah, it appears to be working for everything but the float. I have no explanation. I'm sorry, because every one of these is just taking that particular color palette as a selection. There's nothing in here. These are the values. Yeah. See, what I prefer to do, I'll be honest, I prefer kind of the way I had it. You know, I just want my eye, I don't care about a changing color palette. I want my eyes to be drawn to something that maybe is significant to me. So in other words, if I thought if it were significant for me to see the stocks that are say a less than 10 million float, you know, I don't care about everything else. I want to see those dotted like this. Let's see if I can do it. And then I'm going to white that out. Okay, so in theory, see that's how I like to see things. Okay, if that makes sense. As opposed to having some kind of a changing color palette, my eyes are drawn to what I think is important to me. So and that of course, what's important to me may not be important to you. But so if you're looking for stocks that are less than say 10 million in the float, you immediately see them. You know, instead of having some kind of a palette. Now, if you want 50 million, that's fine. But did you understand how I did this? If not, I can do it again. You know, if you wanted to see short float percentages greater than 15. I've never been a fan of the palette. So say greater than, and I'll pick another color. Well, I'll pick green, that's okay. And say greater than 15. The only trick is to get that white. Okay, now add. Nah, see, I don't want that. Yeah, that should be okay. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, there you go. So there's the short float percent. Greater than 15 is showing up as an example. Okay, so one more time. So click on the column header. And of course, this is the same for any column header. So click on the column header, click on custom colors for float. Okay, I'm going to delete. I'm just going to delete so we start from scratch. Okay, so this is what you'd see. Now, if you want less than 50 million as an example, click that less than the less than sign. You know, pick your color that you want. I'll pick blue. I'll say okay. And now here in this box is where you're going to put the value. So if you want 50 million, 50, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 50, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now the only trick is, I think I've always whited that out, the greater than. So I click on that greater than sign and I white it out, say okay. And so now I only have the color less than 50 million, and that is, I guess, is null. We'll call it null. Add edit, add it. Now it's up here. Okay. And then say okay. And that should just show you stocks where, did I do it right? Somehow it's not here. Let me do it again because I definitely did it for 5 million. Yeah, but it should show up in white then. Ah, you see that should show up in white. It should only show, oh yes, less than 50 million. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. A long day. Okay, so you have an idea now what to do, right? I think the trick is getting that other one, like clicking on the greater than, or depending what you're looking for, either greater than or less than, but making one of them white. My guess is if you didn't do that, you'd probably see the other ones in another color. That's all. Okay, you understand? Great. Hey, no problem. All right, guys, 311. Well, that went quickly. I will be haunted by OLPX. I will be haunted by it. I had a few shares of this when I was did my 2 shorts of it, and look at it now. Oh my goodness. Why did you not do this back here? Just all right, guys. So I think what I'll do is I'll put I'm still here. If you have a question, I will certainly answer it. I will put myself on mute though, but I will hop on the mic if there is a question. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute right now. And before I do leave though, I'll put the YouTube link in. Chris will be in our YouTube room at about 3:30 in about 18 minutes from now. All right, guys, I'm back in. I just put the YouTube link in. Chris will be in our YouTube room probably in about 5 minutes or so. Excuse me, I'm going to shut down the main room now. And let me get my script together. All right, well, thanks a lot for all of the help today. And it took a while, but finally something interesting happened at the end of the day, at least for me and hopefully for others. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, in YouTube is still open. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Aha. Guys, Ampex is not over. I still have a little piece of this left. Oh, I wonder, I was going to say to myself, I should add, look at this Ampex, guys. Tore through 10. I mean, what was I saying the next high is? The next high is 1029. It's right there, 1029. It did briefly get through that. The next high after that is 1084. So there is still some room. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. So even though I started this race very late, well, about 2.5, 3 hours after, look at how many, oh, I think I hear Chris.
You do indeed.
Wow. Well, Chris, did you take advantage of Ampex by any chance?
I may just have a couple of times.
Oh, good.
I didn't get the massive part of it, but I got a few chunks out of it. So I did indeed.
Oh, good. Because
I had it actually early. When it broke eight again around 11 o'clock or so. And then when it was stalling around 8:50, I got out of it and then revisited again here on that last break that it had. But I got out. I got in just under 9. I got out just under 10.
Oh, well, you're almost like me. I got in just over 9. I got out most of it under 10. I still have a piece just in case, as I was saying to the room, just in case it does somehow get through 10.
Yeah.
And so, hey, I mean, and the next high I think is 1080 or so. And it actually has some news right on that spike, right at 230.
Interesting.
We don't know what the news is, but it actually had some news.
Okay. Well, it's certainly got plenty of volume, that's for sure.
Plenty of volume. And the news was that they are among the first funding recipients from the Biden administration's bipartisan infrastructure law. They're getting $50 million. Okay.
That's not too shabby.
Not too shabby. And so that was literally the news that spiked it. And
they're batteries. I was going to say they must be batteries then. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't even know what they do. Let's see.
Yeah, I just looked at it now, but I know that they just there was just something with batteries because they saw a post on Twitter about another company.
Manufactures and distributes batteries. Yeah. And then my trade that I was so hoping this would work was the OLPX, and that was a short. And I tried shorting it twice. I lost a little the first time, and then I got not nailed, but out the second time, flat. And now look at it.
Oh, and now it gives it up on you. I'm guessing you were trying it around just after noon, or were you trying in the early morning?
Well, actually, And the first couple of times I tried to short it, no problem. And this was way under 10%. The last time I did try to short it around 470, and they just wouldn't fill me
Yeah.
because of the uptick rule. I mean, there's plenty of shares, 1.2
Right.
million interactive brokers, but they just wouldn't fill me.
Talk about
And
disaster du jour.
yeah, but it's an all-time low. Those are my
Yep.
absolute favorite things when I see that in the pre-market, stock making an all-time low on horrible news. So anyway, Chris.
Absolutely. Yes, let me screen swap. Sorry, you had me mesmerized by that chart there. I was looking at that and seeing the possible dollar signs on that short.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, I made the screen swap, and well, I don't know if you had the weather turn like we did on your side, but boy, it got chilly the last week here.
No, we're still in that very, very nice weather for Vancouver. It's about okay, doing my translation,
You can give me
70
Celsius.
degrees or so.
I'm good on the Celsius side of things. I lived
You're
in
good
South
on the
America
Celsius?
long
Okay,
enough.
like 20, 21, 22.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, but it's not, we're almost, man, we're in middle of November or middle of October. So this is unseasonably warm for us here. So
Yeah, we got
I'm taking it.
slightly unseasonably cool. So, but same thing. I'll take it. It's still sunny out.
Exactly.
With that said, my friend, I will keep you no longer, and
okay, Chris,
we'll do this all again tomorrow.
have fun.
All right, you too, Barry.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody, as Barry makes his way out, we'll get rolling here. Wow, yeah, I didn't see OLPX, but man, as Barry would say, disaster du jour here. And well, you never like to see anybody get hurt, but it's all part of investing and trading and all that kind of stuff like that. So, stock was in a massive downtrend as it was. IPO'd, I'm guessing it's an IPO or a change, symbol change here. Ran sideways and just came apart at the beginning of the year, like most other small caps did, and could never get itself back up again. So, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. With that said, I don't have a great top 10 list to go over with you folks. I had an exception error and I crashed today, and it happened about an hour ago or so. I know I'm lying. It probably happened almost an hour and a half ago. So I lost my top 10 list. It is what it is. I've got some price alerts on stocks that I did set, so that some of the top 10 lists will be covered there. And of course, if anybody has questions, please fire those questions away from me. If not, I'll kind of go through my usual top 10 spiel here and do it that way. So again, any questions, come one, come all, fire those away for me. We just talked AMPX. I'm not going to lie. I really thought this was over. So I took a shot here on this break of $8 again. I liked the volume that was coming back into it, and I took my shot there. Coming up over 8. Actually, no, this probably looks better to show the volume that I was looking at. Yeah, here we go. So we'd had that volume decrease here, and then the volume started coming back into it after this big fall. And when we got 8, I decided I'm going to jump on it. And as soon as we couldn't get through there, I closed it out in around 8.45, give or take. So, it was an okay trade, nothing to write home to mom about. And especially after my disaster of a day yesterday, absolute disaster of a day yesterday, it felt good to put a green trade on the board today. And then I thought it was over here, but, I had a price alert still set. I wasn't going to take the price alert away. And that price alert went off, and that was that. So, got some on the 9 break here. And then as we approached 10 and it started to look a little wonky, I said, I don't think I was looking more here on this chart here. I don't think I want to mess around and, look a gift horse in the mouth twice in one day with one stock. So that was that. That was the big excitement for me today, I guess. No, I had ZYME. I took a trade in this at 628, and I actually had to leave the computer for a while. And on this candle here, I set a stop at 643, thinking, all right, I think I'm safe on this candle here at 643. And it came down, stopped me out by a couple of pennies, and then reversed like that. But it was what it was. So, walked away with a small win there. And I guess that's it. Right? I don't know. Let's run down the rest of the top 10. So I haven't probably looked at any of these stocks in the top 10 today, to be honest with you. No, that's not true. I looked at a couple of them. All right. But anyways, let's run through them. BIVI, not a bad move overall on the day here, but it was a gap up, reversed, and then kind of jumped. So this isn't something I'm crazy about, to be honest, on this. I'm not crazy when that starts to happen and then jump like that, although that is similar to the AMPX. But I never saw it early in the day, so there's no reason for me to have any price alerts or anything like that. Just if it was on a race, it didn't win any, and I didn't notice it. So again, kind of a skewed top 10 list here, but we'll go through the later data anyways because it's no less relevant. KLXE. I'm sure I must have seen this earlier in the day today. There's no way I couldn't have, but I didn't have a price alert on it. But beautiful. And on that $11 break here, decent liquidity, good volume, beautiful flag pattern. Look at that flag pattern. If that's not textbook flag pattern, I don't know what is. What a move. That's great. I didn't see it earlier in the day, unfortunately, but wow, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic stock. Just go link. You should go link by link. Right click, symbol linking, and then link it that way. I would say, Mookie. Yeah. You can do it from here and then change the link like that. But it's probably easier if you go window by window in it and do it that way. That's how I've always done it. NINE, more energy. So it looks like energy is having itself a heck of a day today. I haven't looked at the sectors at all. So yeah, it looks like energy is having a heck of a day here. That'll bring me into some other ones in the top 10 in a moment here. So NINE, yeah, towing this line here after, makes a move up, towing that line, and then makes a nice move off of that there. Again, I just never saw any of these today. So, hindsight says, oh, they look great. I don't know, for the rest of the day, for the earlier part of the day, really. TOP, this was a wacky one, right? So first off, Chinese and Taiwan stocks, I'm always leery of these stocks. A lot of manipulation, tomfoolery, but great pattern coming into last week. And it breaks that $20 level with quite a gusto, right? On Friday last week, and then completely collapsed. So, here it is today. I'm not a fan of that chart. I think it's a terrible looking chart. Not to mention you've got this nonsense that happened here. I'd steer right clear of it, but probably someone traded it and did well on it today. It wasn't me. I certainly had nothing to do with that stock. Let me know also, Mookie, did that work for you, what I showed? Continuing down the list, MVST. Wow, heck of a move there. Again, missed that. I'm guessing, NINE, KLXE, and MVST had to have been on, my list before it had come undone. But like I said, I had a meeting today at around 11 o'clock. And so I really stopped paying attention to everything around 11 o'clock. And then, like I said, my trade ideas crashed and I was filling out some report stuff for it. So But there it is. And another great move right there on that. I mean, even on the $2 break. So first off, I wouldn't have seen it to a $2 break anyways. But even off that $2 break, I mean, ran 40 cents. It's $2 stock. I mean, great move. And again, in a downtrend, not marrying these things. It's a falling knife, ugly daily chart, extremely ugly daily chart, but having its day to day. INDO. Now, this I saw earlier because I just always notice when that name's coming across the screen, it's got that flame on the right there, that flame for the symbol. But just a quick pop and a fade. So I'm guessing it was trying to, piggyback on what was going on for energy in general. Generally speaking, pretty terrible looking daily chart. No, I mean, you could rewind later if you want, but I'll go over it again really fast for you. I would just go through each individual window, right click, and go to symbol linking and select it like that and link them all together like that, whichever ones you want to be on the same link. The other way to do it is up here. You can, let's see. So you can do it up here. You can come to symbol linking groups, and then you can change this like that. I think, right? How do I do this? Maybe not. What am I doing? How did I do this? How do I do this? Because I've never done it through here. We're experimenting together. Select all, link to green. Dock window. Filter by. Okay, so this is just telling us symbol linking group. So just as I showed it there, that's how you do it. So yeah, just go one by one, right click, properties, symbol linking on the charts, and then the scans themselves, just symbol linking right there on that right click. And that should get you there. So anyways, INDO, I mean, terrible looking daily chart, but it's got this small float, and anytime there seems to be any strength and energy, there seems to be a bit of a pop on this. I think, a lot of people know that it's had the runs in the past and try and take advantage of that. Okay, with that said, PXMD. Now, this is something that I was watching during the day, but I never got it. Never got a chance on it. And that's all there is to it. It's a message I want to respond to. I just want to respond to a message that came to me. So PXMD, a nice move there. Kind of still odd to me in this sense. Really liquid, but that relative volume is blah, blah, blah. But there's an algorithm. Normally it looks back 30 days, but depending on also the length of the stock and the chart and things like that. So this is looking all the way back still and counting for these bigger days in volume, pinning that down. All the same, it was strong into the close yesterday, And then it had that kind of nice pattern. I did not trade this, of course, but it had that nice pattern where it gapped down and then found strength after that gap down, coming out of strength from yesterday. And I like those setups usually. But again, I traded other things today. And like I said, by the time this was making a move that I liked, I had actually gotten away from the desk a little bit here. So kind of is what it is. Nice alert overall, anywhere in here, you've never really gotten too much pain, and certainly got a way to exit through here and sitting up above the earlier prior highs of the day. So not a bad look from PXMD. Was this not Transocean, Oceaneering International. Which is a pretty good move from this here. The stock doesn't always move so much. Not bad. What's really funny is this has got to be the redheaded stepchild of energy stocks, right? I mean, look at this as compared to, let's do this as a matter of fact. Why will this not come in front? So frustrating. Now we're putting this up against a SPY. I want to put this up on a compare chart with the XLE and the XOP. Let's put XLE and XOP. Let's compare the three of them. Okay, so here you've got Oceaneering International. There's your SPY. The XOP and the XLE are more or less in lockstep. Sometimes the XOP has been below, sometimes it's been above. I'd say a little less volatility overall in the XLE. The XLE did outperform through the stretch here. With that said, look at that and look at that, right? So way underperforming energy in general. Anyways, interesting look from that. And then Pump's another one, actually. Pump's another one that's very much underperformed, I think. So here's Pump compared to all of them. Now, not underperforming quite as badly as the rest. And here it looks like it's going to start to outperform the SPY, but still not great. Let's throw up, more solid benchmark. ExxonMobil outperforming the group overall in general. Let's throw up, P10. That's, kind of lockstep, has outperformed, but in lockstep. These are, some energy stocks that I've traded a bunch over the last year or two. VET. So we can see those are real dog. I mean, VET outperforming everything, really outperforming everything, so relative strength for those of you that are trying to find, real long-term ideas that are not, 2 and 3 and 4 days, but maybe a bit more, and you can take wider stops on these things because you're looking at, weeks and months instead, trying to continue with the trend. This is a good way to find relative strength. You use a scan, for example, like the strength alert scan here, and you start comparing them to the benchmarks that they would be up against, so SLB was going to be Schlumberger, no? Yeah, Schlumberger. Look at Schlumberger, not performing as well as the rest are, right? This here, and I think when you're getting into commodities in general, so you've got metals and mining here, or materials in general, going up against energy essentially, but they're all kind of in the ballpark of each other. Next is another energy stock. Let's compare that. Well outperforming here. PBR, this is a Brazilian energy stock. Again, this one lags. So this is a great exercise, I think, for those that are serious about swing trading and longer term. I don't know if you call it trading or investing, whatever you want to call it, taking a look at it like that. Yeah, alert windows are symbol linkable. They should be symbol linked. You can, sorry, I just noticed that now. My apologies. Yeah, I don't have an alert window open. I don't use them anymore, but let me find one. Here, something I just made yesterday for someone. Symbol linking right here. If you right click an alert window, you should have it right there, right at the top, third one down. Symbol linking should be right there. So anywho, got off on a tangent here because of these energy stocks that were here. And this is the amount of charting that I do. I knew that these stocks were dogs compared to the rest of the sector because, I go through so many charts in a week and looking for strength and weakness and where is it? And I don't really ask why, just I look at the charts. The why is not an important question to me. Anywho, I think that's the kind of stuff that serious traders need to be doing. And then, of course, execution from there. If you want to link to everything, yeah, link to all. Otherwise, you can select the colors that you want. So like, for example, bring this over. Here's a SPY chart that I have, and it's linked green here with this single stock window. So if I do anything in here, they'll change together. So if I type QQQ here, this is going to swap to the QQQ as well. Where did you see these charts all stay the same back here? So I just have those linked to green as all. Not working. Right. All right, if not, take some screen captures or shots of what you're doing and email it to us. And perhaps there'll be something there that'll give me a clue. There we go. So the support at trade-ideas.com. Fly me an email there and I'll take a look at it from that end. So ADTX, I saw this a little while ago coming through a race. And I didn't think, I thought it was going to be one of those small floats and, quick flash in the pan. But this has had some legs on it over $3 here. Interesting enough. Are we getting a bounce in the market? No, we're not getting a bounce in the market. Not at all. Oh, Holly must have alerted the stock. That's why that's happening. So now I'm just looking at a few of these here that have been alerts that just came in from this window. Interesting enough. All right, so there's that. No other questions are coming in. I guess I'll run down some price alerts here. Excuse me, just had a sneeze sneak up on me. All right, so IMVT was popping through races. Definitely worth paying attention to, I think. Flag pattern going on there. Thing is a little bit wild. I mean, look at the ranges. It can jump around, biological product, all that stuff like that. So just be careful. Not great liquidity, not good volume. So, I mean, I keep these things in mind. You've got that short float. You've got this short growth here. But you know, the longer it can hold above this level here, you know, I shouldn't say longer. If it can hold above this level here, $10 becomes very real again. And then the rest of this gap to fill, right? Because we've got this gap back here that's, you know, all that. So anybody that's looking for things to put on a list, there's that. But keep in mind, look at where it was at the beginning of the month. Look at where it is now. It's not unreasonable to think you could wake up one day and this is back at $6 just like that. So, you know, but we look at charts, we look at setups, and we try to figure what do we like, what do we don't like, why do we like it, why don't we like it, what's our risk, why do we consider it a risk? You know, those are the questions we ask ourselves. Anyways, it was on a race. Obviously, did not trade it, but interesting chart nevertheless. We talked about PXMD, MNTV. We did not talk about that. Gap up, couldn't really do much, kind of fading now. Now it does look like the market's trying to put in a little bit of a rally here. 4 minutes and change to close till the close. RIG, back to our theme that energy's been strong today. Not a bad move, you know, considering $3 stock, although a good portion of this move was done here. But also not a terrible move here. Off of that price alert that I had set there, and certainly has some leg room up to nearly $4 right there. So SLS, I think it was a low float, high flyer. Yeah, pretty low float, you know, 20,000 on the float. A nice move here. It was on the races earlier. Is giving it back up some, but you know, again, it's a day trading vehicle as far as I'm concerned. You know, if there's an investment thesis here, I have no idea what it is, and it's irrelevant to me anyways. Pharmaceuticals, you know, you're always in danger of holding something like that overnight. But yeah, had a you know, decent day here. Can't knock that. Still up 11%, and it's not like it gapped up massive either, right? So it's not like we lost half that on a gap up. So no, good look here. And this was, you know, definitely won a few races earlier in the day. It's just not on my top 10 anymore because peaked out probably sometime shortly before I crashed. And since I had crashed, gone the other way. But good volume, great liquidity, good liquidity, great volume, and an increase from here to here. So we know that won't go away. This will definitely be in play tomorrow. Will it be tradably in play? Who knows? But it'll certainly be plenty of volume and liquidity in it again tomorrow. And then, sorry, Peter, I just saw your thing came in here. When I'm looking at charts, I see 3 lines or indicators, red, blue, green. What do they represent? I'm not sure. You have to go to your indicators and take a look. I know that I helped you set up charts a few months ago, Peter. So if it's still the red and blue or what I helped you set up, then it's a 8 EMA and a 20 SMA. The green, I'm not sure about because I didn't set up the green for you, I don't think. But if you go, Peter, on your charts, if you look here and click that and go to edit, it'll tell you what they are. So the red, you know, being 8 EMA, 20 SMA is the blue, at least for me. And then you could look and see what your green is there, just like that. That would be the easiest way to do that. And so again, the little squiggly line up here on the top left of the chart, click on that. And that'll give you your answer there on what those are. AMPX broke 11, broke with a gusto. Wow, darn, almost did 12. Well, all right, not almost did 12. SOBR. Oh, I took a small trade in this morning. I took this on I took this here, actually, at like 307 or something like that. No, I took it on this one here at like 307. And then when it was struggling around here, I got out at like 316 or 317. So it's just literally a few cents. I forgot about this stock. But again, you know, going chasing up. And then here's the other thing. Know our stocks, right? Big topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadows. Every one of these has basically topping shadows. And so I said, you know, if it can't really clear 320, I don't want to stick around. It couldn't really clear it. and I didn't want to stick around. Yes, it got through it and it hit up into the 330s a few times, but that's not comfortable for me to sit out of. I was getting in it for, that big break. That break didn't happen. Got right out. IMRA, forgot what you did today. Oh, you know what? I don't know why I was thinking of the stock and the big move it had yesterday, and that it punished me yesterday. And I thought I'd take a shot at it again today, but it can never get back above this level again today. So, if it jumps back on the races any of these days, great. And if not, so be it. But, liquidity seems to be drying up. Volume seems to be drying up. So my interest is drying up. BULZ, this was of interest yesterday, but couldn't really get out of the getting it in gear today. Great liquidity, okay volume, big downtrend, so it's an ugly looking daily chart. Again, not looking to marry it. Just thought about maybe a day trade there, but nope, nothing. JetBlue and a bunch of airlines were on earlier races, on very early races. We can see here, moved up here or gapped up to here, moved up, and then just moved down the rest of the day. So couldn't get through this line. Big resistance. Big resistance right there. I'd imagine JETS, Jets looks the same. JETS. Yeah, similar look. This looks a little stronger, actually. The daily chart looks a touch stronger than JetBlue does. CGNT, gap up, early move, and never really got going after that. Good volume, good liquidity, but terrible looking downtrend, and couldn't get through this resistance looking area right here. CYME, we talked about this earlier. Nice gap and go for the most of the day. This was a big area. It struggled here for a little bit. Got through it. Struggled at this level here. Poked its head through it, but couldn't get any further on that. So, but I'd keep an eye on it. Let's take a look at the overall bigger picture here. All right, so it stopped going down, more or less, beginning of September. So, well, we'll see. Came back, kind of tested those levels. Again, pharmaceutical, so I'm not looking to marry this thing, but very liquid, ton of volume today. As the saying goes, we shall see. LMAO, what'd you do today? Oh, this is a wacky SPAC. Now I came on some races. I thought I'll set a price alert and see if anything happens. I mean, obviously it tanked and then reversed, but I lost track of it. So, nope, that's that. CTLP. Yeah, made this big run up. So it gapped down, continued for a while, and then reversed. So it jumped up on my races somewhere in here, I'm guessing, but never could get above. And terrible, terrible looking chart. Has had no base, no bounce, no anything. So good volume, good liquidity. Made the cut on the races, but that was it. And LLAP, same thing here. For whatever reason, jumped up on a race with this move here. We can never get above it. So yeah, that's my day in a nutshell here. Peter, did that make sense? I want to make sure that that I got you squared away there on how to look those indicators up. Let me know. We can go back over it again, of course. Sorry, trailing off voice because I looked at how the market closed. So, all right, this line continues to be big. We talked about this line from Monday. So there's yesterday and here's today. And so this was, Monday's big gap up. We ran sideways, and then yesterday we had another huge gap up. We came down, tested it, ran up, came back, tested it, closed. Really a no man's land yesterday. And we gapped down, banged on it today, moved up, came down, went right through it, and have been banging on it the rest of the day here. And that's that. So yeah, no, Peter, I mean, again, I would surmise that the red for sure is going to be an 8 EMA and the blue is a 20 SMA, unless you adjusted something or someone else adjusted something for you recently. But again, this squiggly line up here in the circle, click on that. All right. And when you click on that, you should get this menu here, Indicator Manager, and then click on the edit, and the edit will tell you exactly what you got. So 8 EMA with the 8, or the EMA with an 8 means it's an 8 period EMA, and the SMA with a 20 means a 20 period SMA. And then look for whatever the green is, and that should get you squared away there. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say on the SPY here. I still remain in the bears camp, I guess. Change from open 0.2%. So you know what I mean, you know, and that's way up here actually. So let's do this. Let's get rid of. So close down from the open technically on the close. And it's moving in the after hours up. And yeah, you know. For all I know, we gap up above this tomorrow, you know. I mean, think of the gaps we had the last couple of days before today moving up. So some massive gaps and totally within the realm of happening again tomorrow, giving further fuel for the bulls. So that is that. Again, we had SMH was up today. I don't see that up very often anymore, right? Pretty close to the overall market. But let's look at energy. Energy's got that look like you could either, we could see a massive fail back down to that 120 area, or we could see an explosion up to the 160 area on the XOP. XLE, I'm sure, looks about the same. Looks more or less. XLE looks a little healthier to me, actually. Looks like the train is leaving this, getting ready to leave the station. That's the look that I'm seeing there. It looks like a move to 90 is well within range, or well within the realm of possibility. That's it, though. You had some battery winners today. Look at lithium here, though. Lithium didn't really partake in the parade. So that's interesting enough. What about LTHM? It's one of those stocks that I keep going back and forth if I want to put some real long-term capital in it, like real long-term capital. We've got this beautiful overall uptrend that's gone on. That's a really big line. We come back down, smashed into this essentially. So we had it as resistance here, and resistance here, and resistance here, and we blasted through it. We came blasting back through it, and we blasted through it, and we come right back down to it here. So big deal, that level right there. 28 and change, give or take, 27 and change. Big deal. Big deal. What about LAC? LAC. So, you know, my thinking on this is, again, EVs are not going anywhere. Right? They're not going anywhere. So now this does not look as good to me as LTHM does at all. This looks much worse. You know, you've got less of an uptrend on this move here, right? And that $30 level is pretty big. course, this $20 no less big. So I guess could you call it smacking back down to that, resistance all through here and resistance all through here. And it's really become support all through here. And we're back, bounced around off that 20 level, a little bit above it, 23 probably. But my thought process here is, EVs are here to stay. They're going to have to make the technology better on batteries, more affordable, more sustainable, cheaper, all that stuff like that, right? So owning some battery companies might not be a bad idea. Of course, risk reward and ratios and all those things like that. And anything I do would be based on charts. All based on charts as far as I'm concerned. Anywho, that's that. So, all right, we were at 410. Let's run through. Let's do two things here. I'm going to pull up my liked list. I'm going to pull up my liked list. Just create one really fast. So, just make sure all these filters are blank, hide unused, sort on, change from close, symbols list. My liked personal is already there. All right, so there's that list. And let's do a little scanning. Let's add to this list today. And then I'll clean up the junk in it later tonight. But let's go with my evening scan. Let's look at some charts together. And let's see what's on here that we might like. So KLXE. No, not after today's run. That's very interesting, though. Exploding off of that, but that's going to be tough. Then that gets tough. Then that gets tough. So, and after that run, yeah, you know what? I'm putting it on the list. I am putting it on the list. Let's track it over the next coming week or two. ZYME, how do we feel about you? No, we don't. This is an inverse ETF, right? Yeah. No. Kind of like this one. I'm going to put that on the list. No. And again, people with questions, fire those away. Peter's got one. When looking at gaps, what percent we are looking for? I don't think there's any specific percent anybody's looking for, Peter. There's probably specific percents that their individuals out there are looking for. But for me, I'm looking less about the percentage on the gap and more about where it is in relation to the faster and slower moving averages catching up to it, right? Because if you've got something that has a massive gap up, I don't want to go chasing it until let me find something that gapped up big. There must be something that I have here. Yeah, I don't want to go chasing it until moving averages start to catch it a little bit, right? So, you've got this big gap up here, and that gap up was probably around 18%, I'm guessing, maybe give or take. You know what I mean? So it's a massive gap up, but it never did anything after that, right? Where you've got, let's see, SLS has a small gap up and ends up on a big run. So, if you're looking to find things that gapped up and go, there's no right or wrong answer on this, but if you're looking for quote unquote safer or earlier entries, maybe look for the smaller gaps, where if you're willing to be patient, then you want to look at the bigger gaps along with the smaller gaps, I would say. But remember, the bigger gaps, you're going to want to be patient because you're not going to want to go chasing after something like this in the first half an hour. At least I'm not going to want to. There might be other people that would say, yeah, I'd chase after that in that first half hour, 45 minutes. But for me, I can't go after something that's this far from a faster moving average like an 8 EMA. let me know if that makes sense or if I can clarify something better. Or, and then the reverse would be on the down gappers, I would say also. So like, for if you're looking to short stuff, as the saying goes, don't shorten the hole. But with that said, when you've got something that makes a big gap down and it's, moving towards all-time lows or at all-time lows, that might put a real good setup or scenario in there for that short play. And the reverse could be set a gap down and, a reversal as well. So, part of it's, I think, it's like that whole puzzle thing where take all the pieces of the puzzle that you want to have anyways. So if you've got, if you like reversal plays, scanning for gap downs, to get that reversal play is what you're going to want to do. And then the vice versa as well, scanning for gap ups to reverse as well. So, but there's no hard and fast rule on the percent you want to look for. I think it's going to be more about your trading style and your trading plan. So for me, because I don't like to chase stuff, I wouldn't scan for big gap ups. And I'm not big into shorting, so I wouldn't scan for big gap ups. But if I was someone who's looking for short plays, then I would be looking for gap ups for sure. Bigger gap ups, like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% gap ups, things like that to fade those gaps. That's what I would say. Head back and fuse charts. And again, if I'm not, remember, Peter, if I'm not clear about something or you want me to elaborate on something more, keep putting some questions up for me to keep going at it on you, with you, right? GLOP, I'm guessing this is more energy. Yep. So it looks like shippers of energy are kind of a big deal right now. Boy, that's an interesting looking chart, right? That tasty gap. Extra tasty gap, as a matter of fact. Put you on the my like list. AMTX. Nope. Yes. Someone's saying, why would you put that on there? This is why. Got that little uptrend or higher low. We defended this level here, and we look like we want to try to break out of this level here. Energy is strong. We got a little room up to here. Then we got room up to here, room up to here. Got a pretty well-defined risk level here. So, I'm kind of making a list to go shopping for my long-term investment account right now. So I'm making a shopping list. Doesn't mean I'm going to check them all off, but I'm making that list nonetheless. We talked about OII already. No, I don't have any interest in that. WTI. Well, that looks strong there. No. Yes. Kind of. No. The more I look at it, the less I like it. LBRT, Liberty Energy, not far off all-time highs. Had earnings today. The street must have liked that. Yes. Northern Oil and Gas. Got that leaving the station look. Yes. Halliburton. Boy, this thing has made quite a recovery from way down here, huh? If I remember correctly, somewhere around the single digits at some point. Yeah, I do remember correctly. So what a move it's made. Just kind of plugging along. Now, obviously, well off those recent highs. Not going to put on the list, but interesting all the same. The gap in AMPX currently shows bid 1022. So that you're talking about a spread, though, not a gap. I thought when you said gap, do you mean the spread of the stocks? Let me bring over. So AMPX. So you're talking about a spread here. Why are you, there we go. Okay. Let's see. It wasn't giving me data. So right now I've got a 7-cent spread. I'm sorry. I got an 8-cent spread. I don't like the order that's in. I like last to be here, and I want ask here and bid there. I do not like that at all. Okay. Anywho, that's now it's a 7-cent spread. I mean, you know, that's not for $10 stock. It's not terrible. I've seen worse. So yeah, this is the spread here for us. Now it's just open right back up. It's going to be spready now because we're in the post market anyways, and spreads are always larger in the post market. But no, I wouldn't go in at market on that, Peter. If I really wanted it, I'd stick an order in at the bid. If I really wanted it, I'd stick an order here. I'd put a limit order in. So I'd go, buy quantity 300 limit, and then I'd stick that limit order at that there. Oops, got to select an account. And that's what I would do. And for some reason, my order did not go through. Oh, there it is. So that's how I would play that, Peter, when I've got a spread that big. So, because I don't want to go in market, because what happens if I go in at market and I get filled way up here, right? And then the last print, next thing I know, happens down here. Well, then I got filled here and nothing even happened, and I'm already down big time. So that's the way I would play that. If I was taking it, I'd stick it at the stick the order at the ask. Now look, it doesn't mean I'm going to get filled. The stock could move away from it without me, but I'll have to, I have to decide I'm not willing to give up more money than that to get into the stock. That's all there is to it. We just saw the spread was up to 17 cents a few seconds ago, and now it's back down to 11 cents. And that's just kind of the way of, quote unquote, working the spread. Now, if we had a spread, let's say this was a 4 or 5 cent spread on it, and I liked the way the chart pattern was forming out, I would just go in at market. I wouldn't mind giving up the 3 or 4 cents that I'm going to lose to get in when it's, a $10 stock and I'm looking at, 3, 4, even maybe a 5 cent spread. But once we start getting above 5 cents, then I'm not going to go in at market. I'm going to put a limit order in and try to get filled at what I want. And if I get filled, great. And if I don't, well, the plan was not to get filled above that number anyways. So, I can't execute a stock that's not gonna fill me at the plan. So that's what I would be looking at. That's how I would play that one, particularly anyways. All right, there we go. So, all right, we flew through a few charts here. I saw someone talking about Brazil today. Oh, I got a fill on this. So I got filled at 1022 because, commissions were included on that, even though it's a simulator, gives a dollar commission or something like that, which ups you by about a penny per share. So yeah, I got a fill on it. And then all of a sudden now, the ask is all the way down to 1025 and the bid is at 1010 and the last print was at 1010. So now I'm underwater right away on it. So I saw someone talking about not sleeping on Brazil here. So it's the EWZ. I don't know. Sorry, trying to think an Elliott wave here. That'd be wave 1 and wave 2, wave 3, 4, and 5 on a primary wave. And a big reversal on a zigzag. So it would be A and B. And that would be C. Interesting. Elliott wave's so tricky, but I really like it. I don't know why. It's so subjective, and I can just move things if it doesn't make sense. So, all right. Is there anything else? SLCA. Nope. Talked about NEX before. I do kind of like this one. All-time high is 1250. That's back here. Interesting. We're putting you on my liked list. And again, this kind of has that leaving the station. That leaving the station feel here. Now it's up bigly the last couple of days, right? Or last couple of weeks. That's a heck of a move there. Love to see it go sideways for a day or two. Because this is obviously a very, very important level. Over and 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 over again. So very important level. It's an interesting looking stock there. So, all right, we're coming up on the 4:30 hour. I guess I will do my walkout here. I maintain we're in a bear market. I also maintain now that there are stocks that have been going up more than they've been going down over the last couple of months. And that's a big deal. I think that's a very big deal. So I'm making a shopping list here. We'll see what happens. Got this spinning top doji here on today's market action. That's pretty weak, if you ask me. But I guess, defenders of a reversal here, I think they'd be looking at this level for using that as their defense, that we're building off these lows. But yeah, still a bear market. That's all there is to it. All right, we got Thursday tomorrow. Barry will have the stream open around 9 a.m. Eastern as per usual. Tomorrow, Mr. Steve Gomez will be here at noon Eastern for an hour. Barry taking back over at 1 Eastern. And I'll be back here at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. I keep looking at the SPY chart and there's just no edge there. I've seen so many people on Twitter talking so much bullish. And are they seeing something I'm not? Maybe. Obviously, they're seeing something I'm not seeing. But if what am I missing? Just looks, looks lower to me. That's all there is to it. So, all right. Anyways, sorry. Internal thoughts coming outside on me here. So away we go. I do, as always, thank you all for the questions, the comments, and the interactions as always. And I do hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. We'll catch you tomorrow, folks. Take care.